Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. And we're getting already people in the chat saying hello from Jakarta and hello from Java and Bolivia and Brazil. Oh, my background's black. I need to fix that and get something purple and shiny. Oh, and look, see, hello from India and all sorts of places. Hello to everyone. We've got a very, very busy week this week. Everybody has been working extra super hard. I cannot tell you how tired I am. I'm drinking lots of coffee, as you do, but we've got some really great sessions this week. This week is a coding boot camp, so it's aimed at beginners and kind of just people starting just out on their career as a developer. But also we've got some more advanced topics as well, like static code analysis and XML mapping and all sorts of kind of wide-ranging topics. And hopefully you'll find something for everyone. A few people mentioned the time and saying, well, hang on, I thought it was starting an hour ago or whatever. We did swap the times around a little bit. Right now for me here in Texas, it is 10 a.m. And we will be starting every day at this time every day. So wherever you are in the world at the moment, this is the time we'll be starting, just to be clear. We've got a session planned for every single day, Monday to Friday this week. And we always get asked, are there going to be replays? Yes, there will be. If you registered, you'll actually get a notification automatically of the replays. We're also going to put up a repository on GitHub with all the slides as well, so that you'll be able to see the slides and everything, in case you missed something. But we are very busy today. I'm going to whiz through this very quickly because we've not got a lot of time. Starting next is a session from me, a kind of a keynote about not working too hard as a developer and some of the truths about being a developer, and a few other things as well, and how to get into it, plus some free apps you can download. Share Your Delphi Knowledge from Alistair Christie will be after that. A great speaker, very interesting guy. And poor Martha, my producer, who's always with us. I was trying to keep up with my talking. We've got OAuth 2 today as well, authenticating on the web, mobile and desktop apps. I'm looking over at a monitor there that's got the running order on. And later on, we have got Interbase driver for Python, and I actually have two developers are joining in on that Q&A as well. Most sessions have got a live Q&A at the end of them, so each pre-recorded section is about 45 minutes, and then we have about 15 minutes, something like that, for a Q&A. But the guys that actually work on that driver will be present today, so you'll be able to ask questions from proper full-time developers who are very experienced developers. An introduction to XML Mapper with Roger Swan. So I won't be the only British accent on this channel, which is good because Roger's British, I think. Maybe he's Australian. No, I'm sure he's British. And then finally today, a very popular session. Let's create a space computer again. And this time I've added some AI. If you've seen my space computer demo before, using Skier for Delphi, well, I've bumped it up a bit. So now the computer speaks and a few other things as well using AI. But anyway, I'm going to go and be answering questions all day long. We have Patrick Prematin as well, who's a Embarcadero MVP. Salut, Patrick. Thank you very much again for helping out. He says he's going to be here all week. We'll see if he'll fade away. But we've got a whole team here answering the questions. So please feel free to ask questions in the chat and join in with us all day, every day this week. But now we're going to start off with my my session. Why work hard? How to be a lazy coder and still create beautiful apps and a stack of money. Speak to you later. Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on wherever you are in the world and whatever time you're watching this. And welcome to Coding Bootcamp 2023. Learn to program with us. From August 14th to the 18th, 2023. We're here all week with loads of sessions for you. This session is Why Work Hard? How to be a lazy coder and still create beautiful apps and a stack of money. This is going to be a kind of overview of development in general, a few tips, and a bit of advice on the business of being a developer. I've been doing it for a long time, and I'm going to give you the benefit of some of my experience, good or bad, and see how it fits in with what your thoughts are as well. If you're an experienced developer, this is probably going to give you not an awful lot of help, but a few tips maybe that, I don't know, I've been around for a long time, but that's what this session's all about, the business of being a developer. My name is Ian Barker, and I'm the Embarcadero Developer Advocate. You can reach me on my email at ian.barker@embarcadero.com. You can follow me on X or Twitter, depending on whatever you still want to call it, and @punctuation, and go to my website and read some more about me and what I do at about.me/Ian Barker. The slides for this are going to be available at tinyurl.com/EMBT Coder. So, you want to be a software developer, a coder, a software engineer, a programmer, computer programmer, whatever you want to call it. I've been called lots of different things. I think once upon a time my passport used to say computer programmer. Now, for occupation, it probably says software developer. They're all the same thing. And it's a career, it's a job where you're writing programs for a living, usually, and you get paid for it. Great. It's the best job in the world, really. Everyone knows you get paid a ton of money to play around with computers all day. Actually, it's also the worst job in the world, really. You know why? Because everyone thinks you get paid a ton of money to play around with computers all day. Isn't that the truth? But you know what? If you still want to be a software developer, then great, because I can tell you, after over 38 years as a full-time professional software developer, I still love my job. I get up really early every day. I start work around about 7 a.m. I work mostly for myself programming, but I do other things as well. But I get up and code for a living, and I love it. It's what I do, and I really enjoy it. I get up every day and I write code, and I really do mean that. Things you'll be told by other developers and people as you're trying to look into the business of becoming a developer. They'll say things like, real developers have to pull all-nighters. That's where you literally stay up all night, write a bunch of code, and you work hard on a particular bug or something like that, trying to get it delivered. And the general term for it is an all-nighter. And you'll be told, yes, you've got to do that. As a developer, it's common, to be working into the small hours of the morning. And you know what? Some developers do work better in the evening. Some developers work better in the morning, and some developers like a 9-to-5 job. I know plenty of them that literally work as if they work in an office, filing papers or something like that, and that suits them. Not all developers are like that, and in fact, I would say over the years, the hundreds of developers I've bumped into, that's probably not common. Most developers have got a slight skew one way or the other. If they work flexi time, then quite often you'll find many of them will start late because they prefer to start late. I find I'm more productive in the morning, but who knows? Maybe I'm a bit weird. The other thing you get told is real developers prefer the command line or terminal if you're using Mac OS or Linux. And when we're talking about Linux, people also say, real developers. If you're going to be a real developer, you must use Linux. And the other thing you get told all the while, and I know Mark Zuckerberg, I've seen the Social Network movie, and I'm guessing some of it is based on the truth. Mark Zuckerberg, he swears by Vim. I think he actually used Emacs, to be honest, as well. But same kind of thing. They're text-based editors. Emacs is very powerful. You can add lots of script into it and things like that. But Vim is, when I first started out coding, I used to have to use Vi, which was the Unix version of Vim. Vim is kind of an improved, modernized version of Vi. And that was the thing. If you were a proper coder, then you sat there and you typed in the command line and you used Vim and you used Vi, and that was how you typed code, and it came out of your head and onto the screen, and just like the Matrix or something like that, you see people banging away on the keyboard and typing lots of impenetrable commands, and that's Linux command line and Vim, and that's what you'll get told. You'll get told that all the time. But you know what? That's not necessarily true. And I say this as someone who's managed many developers. I've had teams of 30 people working under me, to all sorts of organisations I've worked in with other developers. And I'm a developer advocate. My job is developer relations, so I bump into a lot of developers, and I can tell you, it is true. Sometimes you do end up pulling an all-nighter, and the reason is that as a developer, you get into a thing called flow. And I don't know if there are other jobs like this. I'm sure there are lots of concentration required in some jobs or other. But a developer particularly is a creative job. People believe it's a scientific job, but it's as much art as it is science. Not all will agree with me on that, but personally, I think that's true. And that means that sometimes when you're in that creative flow where the things are just coming out of your head, buzzing away, and your programming is just on fire inside you, you don't want to stop. Or, more unfortunately, you've got some kind of deadline to meet and you really do have to have it done by such and such a day. Or you're working on something critical. I sometimes work on payroll packages where there could be several thousand employees waiting to get paid. They might not get paid if I don't fix a particular problem or a bug or something that's gone wrong in a server. And you have to keep going until it's done. And that sometimes means, yes, you will pull all-nighters. And I've done it, I don't know, 10, 15 times probably in my career, maybe more. I don't know. I don't remember them all. You kind of go into a fugue after a while. About an hour before you normally get up, that's when it really hits in. Doesn't matter how much caffeine you pump down you're still that hour before you normally wake up. It'll kill you. And the other thing that we said was real developers prefer the command line. Nope, not true. Some do. Some like it. Some believe that it's a very terse and very efficient way to interact with the computer. But now I can tell you, I started out on Unix machines in the late 70s and early 80s, DOS machines, and very weird esoteric machines like VAX VMS and mumps even, which is, yes, it's a disease, but it's also an operating system. And yes, you did use the command line a lot, but nowadays, once Xerox invented the idea of a graphical user interface, and then it was adopted by the likes of Apple with their Mac, and Windows, which came about when Microsoft obviously were also inspired by what went on at the Xerox PARC. There was a reason why that became very popular, and it was because you could have normal people using the computers, and the normal people found that it was actually quicker to click on little menu items and things like that than it was to type in commands in a command line. And in fact, even back in the days of Unix, I remember having to write lots of menu systems that would show a little menu up on the screen, and you would type a number so that a command would occur. So you didn't have to remember all these very bizarre command lines. So real developers prefer the command line. Some do, but actually mostly that is not true. The other thing is real developers use Linux. Again, not true. Yes, plenty of developers do use Linux, so lots of good reasons for it. You can customize it in ways that are not possible in other operating systems. I personally have Linux machines and Windows machines, and in fact even on my Windows machine I use the WSL2, so Windows System for Linux, and I have that open continually all the time. So yes, you do use it, but actually, if you're just developing for Windows, you're probably not going to use Linux all the time. So no, some do, but many don't. And Vim is the best editor if you're a masochist. Vim is extremely efficient if you know all the commands to move text around, and yank lines is one of the commands in Vim and stuff like that. And yes, you can do a lot of weird things, but that's like saying, well, I'm never going to use a car, or I'm never going to use a bicycle. I'm going to walk absolutely everywhere. I won't fly and I won't sail. Well, great. But then you'll never go anywhere. You will not progress from, the villages that you grew up in, which is what happened back in medieval times. So, if you want to stick with Vim, go ahead. But it's not really common for regular developers, and it's not very efficient. And this whole thing that I'm going to be talking about today is about efficiency, and efficiency means that you can go ahead and earn money better in better ways because you're being more efficient. Efficiency means you save time and save effort, and time and effort are actually a direct cost and a direct benefit to you. Other things you'll be told: mobile app development is the future. You should be doing mobile apps. Oh my word, why are you not doing a mobile app? You're going to be left behind and you're going to be absolutely overwhelmed because it's the future. The other thing you get told is, oh, it should be a web app. Web development is the future. Everything should be a web app. Okay, it should be a web page. It should have a web front end, blah, 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 blah. Desktop apps are dead. They'll tell you desktop apps are completely dead. You'll make no money doing those. It's absolutely pointless. You won't get anything out of it. And the other thing is declarative interfaces are the future. Now, there's some contention over the word declarative, but what it means is instead of designing the screens of your application using a screen designer, you actually write code to make the buttons appear on your screen. Now, there are some benefits to that. Apple do it very well with some of their Swift code and things like that, their interfaces. Declarative, very interesting. But once you start to get something very complicated, particularly a very in-depth business app, and don't forget, most mobile apps are not very complicated. They only have a few screens. But once you start to get to a complicated app, it is actually difficult to do declarative interfaces. Web apps, yes, there are frameworks that help with that, but it's just, this is the things you are told. You are told that. And actually, they're all lies. Every single one of those things is a lie. Mobile app development is part of the future. Web app development is part of the future. Desktop apps are not dead. And in fact, they're actually incredibly profitable still to design desktop apps. Most businesses will have some kind of web interface onto their desktop app, so it's not something you can ignore. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying that don't believe people when they say that everything's going to be a web app, because there are reasons why that's not going to happen, particularly to do with the higher pressure now to be safe with data and make sure that data is warehoused in places that are obeying laws like the GDPR and HIPAA laws and things like that, which are much harder to achieve using web interfaces. If you think about majority of the viruses at the moment, it used to be in the old days the viruses were on your computer and you would run some app or something like that, download some cracked version of Microsoft Word or some other horrible thing that you shouldn't have got but decided you would, and that cracked version of Microsoft Word or whatever had a virus in it. Well, now actually the most common vector for viruses and Trojan horses is web apps. And that's why if you deal with things like government organizations, if you deal with many hospitals and things like that, they do have applications that may have a web interface, but they're actually reached via VPNs and things like that. So there are some consideration there, but we'll talk about that in a minute, because you still can do web apps. I'm not saying don't do them. I'm just saying that that's not the truth of everything. Other things you'll be told. You'll be told mobile app developers make a ton of money, like thousands. Oh, I know this guy and he invented this app, and all it does is take pictures of statues and identifies what statue it is, and because of that it makes thousands and thousands of pounds, thousands of dollars, thousands of Deutschmarks, euros, or whatever currency you want to make up. I'm not Deutschmark, that's gone, isn't it? But you'll be told that web app developers make a ton of money. Well, you know what? Let's run the numbers. Let's see exactly how much money you could potentially make with a mobile app. So let's say you are living in a Western culture, because obviously there are differences of places like Brazil and India, Pakistan, and various other countries. There is a big disparity between what would be a living wage in the United States, what would be a living wage in the United Kingdom, a living wage in rural Spain or something like that, and a living wage in Hyderabad or something like that. But even so, let's just say that what you've decided on is you want to aim for $1,500 US dollars per month as your target income. Okay. Now it may mean that in Afghanistan or something like that would make you very, very rich. Okay, that's fine. But let's just say, for example, we're aiming for $1,500, which actually you wouldn't be particularly rich in the United States, but here we go. Okay, so that is an equivalent amount of 18,000 US dollars per year. That's how much you have to earn gross per year, or actually net per year, to get $1,500 per month. Okay, so that's $346.15 per week, every week, or $50 roughly, $49.45 per day, or $6.18 per hour, every hour that you would be working for an 8-hour day. Now, obviously, apps, if they're being downloaded from iOS App Store or the Android Play Store or something like that, then they're being downloaded 24 hours a day. But let's just average this out as if it was an 8-hour day. So you would be looking at that. Now, how many apps would you have to sell to get that amount of $18,000 per year? Well, an app price of 99 cents, which, according to the statistics I looked at, is the average price for a paid app. So your app's got to be good for a start for people who want to pay it. But they've got to part with 99 cents. That means you have to sell every 350 mobile apps all week, every week, for the rest of your time, whilst you want to live off an income of $1,500 per month. Now, if you push your prices up, as you can see in the table on the right there, and start looking at, say, $4.99 per app, which would be considered a premium app, okay, it's very unusual to get an app that's about $5. You'd have to sell 69 of those apps per week, every year, whilst you want to earn $1,500. Even if you pushed it to the absolute maximum and went for $9.99, so $10 per app, your app would have to be outstanding. It would have to be one of the best games apps out there. It would have to be, kind of League of Legends type kind of notoriety, maybe have some tie-ins. You would probably have to pay some money towards licensing or something like that as well to justify a price of $9.99. But you would still have to sell every single week 35 apps, so you could make $6.18 per hour. Now, something interesting about that. In the United States, the federal minimum wage, which means the national minimum wage for everywhere in the whole of the United States, is $7.25 per hour. So if you go and work as an unskilled worker, and I apologise because I have to pick someone, but let's say if you work in a national fast food restaurant, like a burger restaurant or something like that, generally speaking, you get around about national minimum wage per hour, maybe a little bit more if you've been there a while, because they do bump the pay up, but you're around about the national minimum wage depending on where you live, which is $7.25 an hour. That means by working in that fast food restaurant, standing at the window, talking to the cars, handing out burgers or handing out milkshakes or whatever it is that you do, you're actually going to earn $1.07 per hour more working at that burger restaurant than you would earn as a mobile developer creating mobile apps if you're not successful. Now, what does that mean? If you've got one app and you're trying to earn that $1,500 a month or $1,500 a month, you're actually going to lose money if you gave up your job working in a burger restaurant. That's pretty sad, isn't it? Just to remind you, $1 an hour more if you're on minimum wage. So the trick is, what do you have to do in order not to be in that category? Well, the trick is, first of all, don't panic, because you're not going to make one app. That's not what you're going to do. If you want to be successful, if you want to make money, then you need to have multiple apps and or a subscription model and or training courses or books or something like that. But the real secret is to spread the load so that you have multiple ways of earning money. So a versatile developer makes a ton of money. Okay, the versatile developer makes a lot of money because working smart makes money, and that's what versatility means. It means that you're adaptable. You can do the mobile app, you can do a web app, you can do an app that goes to Android, an app that goes to iOS, an app that goes to a Mac OS, and an app that goes to Windows. But you have to be versatile to do that. So if you're going to do that, and by the way, when you do go through the app stores, Apple, for example, or Android, both of those app stores will charge you money for your app. So each app, every dollar you get, they will take a percentage off of that. Now, they have changed their scale just recently because they got a bit worried that they might be seen as being too greedy. And it used to be 30%. So every dollar you earn through the App Store, they would only give you 70 cents, and they would take 30 cents away. They've changed that. It's made it a little bit more agreeable to you until you start to get rich, and then they bump that money up, which is fair enough. I mean, they're hosting your app and they're providing the ecosystem for it, but even so, you're still losing 30% of your income. So you've worked hard to get those app downloads, put all the app code in, and you're still losing some of it. So working smart really is essential in order to stay profitable and not actually end up doing something that's, you could be earning more money doing something less stressful, like pushing a broom around a floor, or directing traffic, or polishing, I don't know, cars, or whatever it is. I don't know what things would earn minimum wage. Perfectly creditable jobs out there, but minimum wage means that it's the minimum they can get away with paying you, and nobody wants that. Using the right tools is the secret. You need a tool that is going to be the right tool to make you versatile and make you work smart. So working smart means using a coding environment which helps you write fewer lines of code. Fewer lines means faster to create your apps, reduces bugs. And why are those two things important? Because if it's faster to create the apps and you've got plenty of ideas, you're not spending 6 months designing your app where you're not getting any money until you finished. Instead, you're taking 2 to 3 weeks to design a very good app if you've got a good idea, and then you can move on to the next app, or you can move on to your desktop version of your app, or you can do some kind of web support type thing, offer support contracts, whatever you need to do. You can be versatile, and you can dedicate your time more intelligently. Diversity is important, but also if you choose the right coding environment, then you're going to reduce the amount of bugs, because nowadays choosing the right tool means that you'll have a tool that actually looks for bugs and spots them before you do. It will tell you when you've made a typing mistake. You don't have to go back and go, oh, I ran it and it didn't work. This is time consuming. No, you need the tool to actually be intelligent enough to go through and spot when you've made a mistake. Okay. Now on the left there, I've got some COBOL code. That's what that is. COBOL from the 1970s. In fact, once upon a time, I used to be a COBOL programmer myself. And if you look at that, you can see that every single thing about COBOL is describing exactly how the memory is laid out and how the screen has to be laid out, typing it in longhand. Okay. There it says, I've got a file that I'm reading in, and it contains 28 characters. Who specifies things like that? Well, that's how COBOL works. There's nothing wrong with it. It's very popular. It used to be in business. I used to earn quite a lot of money being a COBOL programmer back in the day. But it asks you to do everything by manually typing in code. So I got very good at typing. In fact, where I worked, when I first left school and became a developer, for the first 3 months, we didn't type our own programs. We used to write them out on sheets, coding sheets. And everybody had been doing that for years. And then all of a sudden, one day we came in and they'd introduced these new remote terminals. They looked like the keyboards that you get today, the mechanical keyboards, and they looked like a monitor. But they were a dumb terminal. And what happened was, now we could type our own programs in. Except, of course, many of the guys that had been there for years couldn't type. They'd always written their programs out by hand. All us young guys, I was about 19 or 20 at the time, writing COBOL code, maybe a bit older. All us young guys, we could type because we'd learned how to program by typing, and that was what we did. And we had a massive advantage because now we could type really quickly. Isn't that crazy? But you know, if you are using an app that asks you to, coding environment asks you to manually describe the user interface by typing in code, then really you haven't progressed that much beyond the COBOL of the 1960s and typing out code like you see there. So choose an environment that helps you do your job more efficiently, because the lower the cost of creating those apps, the more profitability you'll get. Don't use a tool which locks you into a single device ecosystem. What do I mean by that? Well, if you want to, you can go ahead and use tools that are created specifically by the vendors. So Apple have Xcode, which is a great system. I mean, if you're an Xcode programmer, you may well point out the many bugs in it and things like that. But Xcode is the system. But you can only create apps for Apple hardware using Xcode. You can't go into Xcode and write a program that will work on Windows. That's not how it works. It's designed for Apple kit, because Apple aren't stupid. They know how to make sure they keep making money. So don't use a tool which locks you into a single device ecosystem. The same is true of Android. If you use Android Studio, well, again, nothing wrong with it. Great piece of kit. I actually like that editor. But with that, you are only going to be creating programs that work on Android. You can't use Android Studio to then go ahead and create an app that works on iOS or macOS. Those two, you need Xcode for the Apple hardware. You need Android Studio or something else for the Android kit. Okay, and then when you want to use Windows, you would then go ahead and need to use Microsoft Visual Studio. Oh no. Now you've got three editors. You've got Xcode, you've got Android Studio, and you've got Visual Studio. And Visual Studio, I'm being a bit unfair, that can do some cross-platform things with Visual Studio as well, depending on what framework you choose, and that's another problem. But at the end of the day, if you only go through these single ecosystem IDEs, when you write a program for using Xcode, you have to rewrite the program completely if you want it on Android. You cannot take any of the code you wrote in Xcode and put it onto Android. You cannot do it. That will not allow you to do it. Same thing if you take your program that you've written in Xcode and try and put it on a Windows machine. Will not work. Cannot do it. There are some versions of Swift that will run on Windows, but they're just there so someone can say, yeah, you can run Swift on Windows. I don't know anybody. I know hundreds and hundreds of developers. This is my job. I can tell you I don't know anybody that uses Swift for Windows. Maybe some do, and I just haven't bumped into them, but that's not what's happening. And the other thing that you get people saying is PWAs or progressive web apps. They're great. They're kind of an alternative for a desktop app. No, they're not. What a PWA does is it takes a web page and it allows you to have that web page put down onto your device, so either your PC or your mobile phone. And it's effectively having that web page frozen with a little thing in the background that's like a web worker that will make that app work as if you are connected online. If you're very careful how you write it, you can make it work even though there's no internet connection. But generally speaking, that is not true of most PWAs. Most of them break. They'll work for a little while, but eventually they will not work properly without an internet connection. They need to be online. Okay, a proper app, a native app, doesn't work like that. Okay, I'm not saying PWAs are completely bad. There's a time and a place for them, but generally though, if it's a PWA, it provides an inadequate user experience. And that is why they're not more popular, because if you think about it, it'd be quite easy if you take your website and then turn it into an app by hitting a magic button and off you go. I've done it, it works, but it's an inadequate user experience in comparison to a genuine native app. So what you do need to do is pick a tool which shares as much code as possible between the device types. Okay, so that you write the program once, and then you can have that program go out on iOS, Android, and whatever other mobile devices you can think of, or a desktop app, because there is a difference between a mobile app and a desktop app in terms of size and functionality. That desktop app should be able to target Linux, should be able to target Windows, should be able to target Mac OS from the same code base. Now you can do that with some things. There are Electron frameworks and things like that will let you do that. But in comparison to a native app that is a native experience, it's a poor, inadequate compromise, shall we say. So working smart means use a tool which allows you to design and visualize the user interface at the same time. So you're not double handling the information. You design your screens and you visualize what you want in the same app that you are going to create the code, create the final app. That way, if you're working with someone who's a designer or the owner of the product, the person that's paying you, or a committee of people who are going to be the end users, and you've picked a few of them to say, okay, we're thinking about making the screen look like this. What do you think? Called usability testing. If you do that in the same tool that allows you to actually create the final app, you're guaranteed a better experience. It's not difficult to work out that it's easier to do that in the app than go away and design it with a graphic design tool like a Photoshop or Figma or something like that, and then get that over to the developer, give them that static graphic and say, right, now make an interface that looks like this. Why would you do that? That's crazy. What you need to do is use a tool that allows you to design and visualize the user interface at the same time. So you're only handling that process once and once only, or tweaking it, but you're not having to redo it. And then choose a tool that reuses existing and ready-made code, so you're not reinventing the wheel. You know what? The reason that I can be efficient, and I am a very prolific programmer, I know it sounds like I'm boasting, but honestly it's true. The reason I can do that is not because I'm any good. I'm a very average programmer. I've been at it a long time, and that means I can go and look for code that's already been done by one of my colleagues, or some open source code or something like that, or some examples, and I can reuse that existing code. And in fact, by using things called components, objects and classes that are already made, you can reuse those, and you know that you're not having to do all the thinking and debugging yourself, because brand new, completely novel code means brand new and completely novel ways to make bugs. If it's already existing and ready-made code, then it's very likely been well used, well tried and tested by other developers, and the chances are you're not going to end up with a poor experience. And I think really what I'm saying there is let someone else do the hard work. And this is where I say, tongue-in-cheek, yeah, be a bit lazy. Why work so hard? If you can use some code that's already been done and it's legal and acceptable for you to use that code, then why wouldn't you do it? Because you'd be an idiot otherwise. Go, no, I'd much rather work harder, thank you very much. I really want to work hard. No, don't be silly, of course not. Working smart means use a tool which allows you to create apps for Windows, Linux, Mac OS, iOS and Android using just one tool. Not Android Studio and Xcode and something else and Visual Studio Code, which basically is an overgrown version of Notepad with some cleverness added in. Nothing wrong with it, but it's not really an IDE. It's a very clever text editor. Use a tool that does the whole lot. And you can see on the screen there is a project, that's a clip from a project manager of the tool that I'm talking about, where you can see my target platforms are all in that one project. I can target Android 32-bit, and nobody uses that anymore, but Android 64-bit, iOS 64-bit, I can hit the iOS simulator, I can hit Mac OS 64-bit, Mac OS Mac OS, ARM 64-bit. Oh, there's many many ways of saying that. I'll try that again. Mac OS, ARM 64-bit, all from the same piece of code. Windows 32-bit, Windows 64-bit, all from that same project. That's what I'm talking about. One place where it all goes. Why just one tool? Well, one set of code and one project to deal with. And that means you're not having to pull up lots of different folders and different repositories and things like that. It's just one set of code, one place to look, and there it is. More importantly, if you choose the right tool, then the same code, if it's written to be what's known as platform agnostic, in other words, it doesn't care whether it's on Windows or Linux or Mac OS, iOS and Android, then the same code will work for everything. Absolutely everything. You write the code and it will work on everything. It's a smart IDE. It's a smart programming language because it targets that. That is what you're looking for. One set of updates to think of. So if you have to go in and you need to make a change, you're only doing it once, and then you can hit a button and you can produce all those versions of those apps all at once. Learn only one easy programming language, because if it's the same code that programs everything, Windows, Linux, Mac OS, iOS and Android, then there's only one programming language to learn. If you choose to use Xcode, then you might be using Swift, or you might be using Objective-C or something like that. Okay, but if you're using Android Studio, then you're using Java. And if you're going to Windows, then you might be using C# or Visual Basic, or some other C++ or something like that. Multiple different languages. So you can still, you can go off and you can say, oh, I'd rather use Xcode because it's made by Apple and therefore it's the best. But you're still going to have to go back and use that same language again for that system and that system only. Because as soon as you swap to Android, you're going to start thinking in Java, and Java works differently. So there's very little code reuse between Xcode and Android Studio. They're different. They work differently. Okay, and you can use scripting languages like Python, but you're going to give away all your source code. If you have a Python app, even if you compile it, there are Python decompilers out there that will decompile your app in half a second, no problem whatsoever. You need a native app that can't be decompiled, that is secure. That means you will not get sued by people because you've exposed all their private data. Learn only one easy programming language. Do everything for every device from that one tool. You master one tool, one language, you can hit every single device. Why just one tool? One tool that creates native apps for all mobile devices saves huge amounts of time because you don't have to keep swapping. You don't have to keep going into a different editor and opening that up and how is it I save the project in Xcode? I can't remember. How do I save it in Android? No, you don't need to do that. With one tool, you're saving a lot of time because you're not having to context switch. One set of code means you only have to add new features or fix bugs once in one piece of code, one app. You're not having to go through and look through a bunch of Java and then go through, look at a similar bug but a different way in Xcode because now you're working in Swift. And now I've got to go into C# because neither of those are the same, so now I've got to go and fix the bug. No. Use one set of code means you only add one new feature at a time in one piece of code and goes through everything. Works for every device. And that means you're making fewer new errors because you fix a bug, test it, and you're not doing it the repeated time of 3 different devices, 3 different IDEs. You're only doing it once. That means you've got one chance to get it wrong, and you might still get it wrong, but you've got one chance. If you go to 3 or 4 different IDEs, you've got 3 or 4 chances to get it wrong. So it stands to reason. It's common sense that new errors, could be a problem. And if you get fewer errors, this means customers are happy, and also, more importantly, speeds up your development process. And we know that time equals money. And faster, more efficient, single place to work means more profit and time to work on other projects, because time really is money. It really is that. So let's just take a quick look at what we're talking about here. Okay, so this is an IDE. It's a bit messed up because I've got a weird screen resolution, but here is my IDE. And if I want to go in and say I want to open a new multi-device application, and let's just choose a blank application, why not? Okay, and after a couple of seconds, up opens my blank application. So now what I want to do is I want to go to this thing that's called the palette and choose some components to put on there, some visual elements. Okay, so I'm going to take a button, I'm going to put it over here, and I'm going to take a label like this and put it over here, and I think we'll leave it at that for now. And what I'm going to do is click on here, and I'm going to say label 1, and you can see what it's doing here is it is offering me some help to fill in my code. It's helping me learn how to code. So I'm going to just type that. Okay, so oops, something. So there is my button click. What that means is when I click on this button, it's going to change this label to say something fairly mundane, which is hello world. So we're just going to run the app now. Okay, and it's going to come over on the screen. So I'm going to move it over so you can see it. And just to check that it is actually working, click on hello world. Well, amazing. Not particularly exciting, but that's what it does. Okay. Now, when we come back to the application and we decide that we're actually going to look at some of the other devices, and we chose a blank multi-device application, you can see it's got targets for Android, iOS, iOS simulator, Linux. Yep, you can do Linux as well, and Mac OS. And by the way, that's talking to my Windows version of Linux there, because that's the way I've got it set up on here. My Mac, I've got an ARM Mac that's sitting behind me. You can't see it, but there's a nice little Mac, great big screen as well, very cool. Windows 64-bit. So let's say, okay, we suddenly decide that, yeah, this is a Windows app, yeah, it's all cool and deadly, but what we actually want to do is do a version for a iPhone 3. And we look at that and go, oh, well, you know what? Let's put that button over there because, you know, that's how it works. And let's put that button there. Now you can see they're in completely different places, okay? But if I go back to my master copy, which is here, you can see that they are not in the same place. That's one of the things you can do with this tool is you can say, okay, well, you know, Android has navigation at the bottom of the screen and iOS has navigation at the top of the screen. And you can move your controls around. But still, in the background, okay, is my same one line of code. So one line of code, and I can target my iPhone devices. One line of code, I can target the Windows apps. I mean, you wouldn't do that. You'd probably do Android and that. And just to be, you know, making sure that we're not talking nonsense here, let's do the same thing with Android. So let's say, oh, Android, we're going to go completely crazy. And what we're going to do is put this in the middle here like this. And again, you can see it having line up the buttons. And so for Android, we're going to go, yeah, completely crazy. We're going to have a 7-inch tablet. And we're going to put the button in the middle. I don't know why you do that, but the point is you can design these screens differently depending on what device you're going to. Okay, but notice we've still got that one project. We're managing everything in the one project. And more importantly, if I go back to the code, which is what's behind here, if you can see down here, code and design, flip between them. Okay, I can go in and that's the code for the apps, plural, iOS, Android, Linux, whatever. Because what happens is the language, which is Delphi, Object Pascal, will actually have an adaptation that goes on in the background, so that if I do a file open dialog where I open and look for some files on my mobile device, which you can't actually do, but let's say it was a desktop app like Mac app, and then I had a Windows app, and that instead of making this label say hello world, what actually happened was it opened and searched for a file. It will translate the command to open the file in the programming language into the native API that Windows uses or Mac uses or Linux uses. Because if you don't know, and I'm sure you do, Linux and Mac have backslashes one way and Windows has slashes that go the other way. And so normally you'd have to do some code to make that work, but actually the programming language behind it, which is Delphi, does that all for you. And more importantly, you remember I said about getting all the ready to go functionality. There's a whole thing here called Get It that has got lots and lots of free components in here. Some of them are paid, but most of them are free. You install them, off you go, and that functionality is there for you. So for example, this one, the AWS SDK, allows me to actually do the space computer, which is later on today. I think maybe later this week you'll see me get a space computer that does voice synthesis using AI. I didn't write hardly any code for that, maybe 4 or 5 lines of code, but this SDK does all the hard work for me. Makes me look really cool, but I don't have to do anything, and that component is tested very well, ready to go, plug in, building blocks of code ready for you. And the same is true of the palette. If we look down the palette here, this is restricted because I'm looking at an Android tablet, but there are all sorts of crazy things like database handling, FireDAC, MySQL handling, talking to big corporate databases, SQL Server, SQL Server, internet connection stuff, HTTP client, data access, talking to all sorts of databases, desktop databases, SQLite, and all those kind of things. All of the types of controls that you could use, like a time edit, a currency edit, camera component. You want to take pictures? It's all built in for you. It's like 2 lines of code to take a picture. Speed button. You name it, it's got it. Very, very useful. Okay, so let's go back to our slideshow that we were looking at earlier on. Okay, this is the product that I just showed you, and what's important here is that you can get it for absolutely free. No catches. We're not going to charge you all of a sudden. As long as you fulfill the obligations of the license, there are some restrictions. We don't expect you to be a multi-millionaire and get the free version and use it for the rest of life. So once you go over a certain amount of income, then we do expect you to buy the professional version. Same is true of Microsoft and a few other systems as well. But whilst you're a student, whilst you're learning, or whilst you're a hobbyist, or you're trying this system out, you can use this completely free. There is a trial version, the full version as well, but completely free. Just go to that link that's on the screen there, embarcadero.com/products/Delphi/starter. Some other really cool things that you should know about. Pexels.com, completely free graphics of all types. And I mean all, absolutely everything you could ever want on there, totally free, no royalties required. So if you want to put, you've seen some of the cool graphics I've had in the background here, all of those are from Pexels. Go to Unsplash. You can also have splash screens and desktop backgrounds and stuff like that. Also free, no viruses, which is the most important thing, because a lot of these sites that you go to with free backgrounds have got viruses on and all sorts of horrible things like that. Fontlibrary.org, free fonts. So later on, if you watch my space computer demo, you'll see me using a kind of Star Trek-y type font, shall we say, and inspired by Paramount TV's Star Trek series. They're very unusual font. I got those fonts from here. They also had Klingon fonts, because the Klingon language, believe it or not, is taught in some universities. But you can get free fonts from there, absolutely free. Font Awesome, all of the little graphics that you see those on the screen in the green, blue and pink blocks there. Most of the apps that you see that with mobile apps are using Font Awesome fonts. There is a free set, and I actually use the Pro version, which is a paid version. But Font Awesome is the place to go. And also, if you're going to have animations, again, look at the Space Computer demo that I do. There is a thing there called a Lottie animation. Go to lottiefiles.com and it will blow your mind about the free things that are in there. And lastly, if you want your apps to look really absolutely amazingly cool, go to delphistars.com and download their free app stars there that are professionally designed, top quality stars for your apps. And in fact, a lot of those are actually built into the Rad Studio ID as well, so you can just install it from that Get It tool that I showed you, where I showed you the AWS thing. It's very straightforward. So anyway, that's a whirlwind tour. If you stick around with us for the rest of today and for the rest of this week, we're going to show you an awful lot more. Okay. I know this sounds a bit like I'm selling a product, but I'm actually trying to tell you what is good about the product and what is my reason for saying this, I think, is the best tool you can use, and the efficiency you can make. I told you I get up every single day and I write code, even now after 38 plus years, and I still love the job. I still don't regret becoming a software developer. I think it was the best thing I ever did. Okay, you can should have time for live Q&A afterwards, and the slides and the link and the replay of this video is going to be available at tinyurl.com/MBT Coder. And also, if you registered for this bootcamp this week, you'll get notifications through with all the replays automatically as well. So you should hear more about it. Anyway, my name's Ian Barker, and I'm Embarcadera's developer advocate. You can get me at ian.barker@embarcadero.com. Please do feel free to email me. You can also follow me on X/Twitter at @punctuation, and go to my website and learn more about me at about.me/Ian Barker. Thanks for watching. Have a good week. It's going to be a long one.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. Someone told me earlier on that my logo here was reversed. So now maybe the background's reversed. If it is reversed, can you let me know in the chat? Because cameras swap things around and it gets a little bit confusing. Someone says it's looking okay, good. Your image is correct. Hurrah! I'm not back to front, even though I feel like I'm scratching my nose with the wrong hand. Okay, we don't really have a lot of time to answer questions. There were a whole raft of questions from people. Lots of people saying thanks and things like that. Lots of questions about replays and stuff like that. There will be replays of every single session that we've got. And you'll also get notified of that via the emails and through the social media and things like that. So don't worry if you didn't catch everything that was going on. It will be available later. Also, all of the slides are going to be put up on a GitHub repository. I'll post that up later where that's going to be, but my slides are already up there. And also, because I work for Embarcadero, I actually will be posting all of my slides as a blog post as well on the main blog. So if you go to blogs.embarcadero.com, spelled then .com, you can see my slides there once they're live, and they're not quite live yet. I've had a busy time. Anyway, how are we doing for time? Right, so we've got 1 minute left. I just want to say thank you to everybody that's joining us live. A couple of people say, oh, there aren't many people on the stream. Well, that's because we have like 10 different places that we're streaming to, and some of them only have 4 or 5 people, and some of them have 5 or 6,000. What happens is over a period of time, we get lots and lots of people join for the replays and stuff like that. So live is not always the thing that people do, because some people are at work and some people are in different time zones. But I appreciate it. Some great things happening, but we're now going to go to the next session, which is by Alistair Christie, who is from LearnDelphi.tv, and his session is a great one. It's about sharing your knowledge, which is kind of what we're doing all week, and that's going to start now. I'll speak to you later.
G'day, I'm Alistair Christie, and welcome to this presentation on how to share your knowledge. So here we have the obligatory About Me slide. Here are some salient points. I'm an Embarcadero MVP. I maintain the LearnDelphi.tv website, which I've done since 2006 or so, and I have a YouTube channel, and there are about 220 videos or so on that channel now. I've been using Delphi since about version 3, and I'm the author of 2 Delphi books. The first, Code Faster in Delphi, is about being more productive in the Delphi IDE, and the second, only just released, Code Better in Delphi, is on writing better code in Delphi. Both are available on my website, the aforementioned LearnDelphi.tv. As you can see, there are lots of different ways you can share your Delphi knowledge. We'll go through a bunch of these superficially, and we will look at making YouTube videos and writing a book in a lot more detail, because I have a bit more knowledge about doing those. There are lots of different forms of social media. The ones I am mostly into are LinkedIn and Facebook, but I occasionally dip my toes into Twitter. Both LinkedIn and Facebook have many Delphi communities, which you should join, where you can post some of your knowledge or some interesting links or facts. I don't really have much to say about Twitter and Instagram. I sometimes have a look at my Twitter feed, and I have some followers, and I follow a few Delphi luminaries. I do post occasionally, but not very frequently. Both Discord and Slack have communities, but this is not something I've explored. So here is my Facebook page, and I mostly use it friends and family, people I've actually met, but I will go into various Delphi groups, and we can see, if I click on groups, I have a variety of groups, and we can go into, I don't know, Delphi tips and see various posts by people, and they might have questions which you can answer, or you can just post useful information, links to pages and things like that. I find most social networking sites are quite ephemeral, in that once you've made a post, it tends to disappear and never be seen again after a few days. And for instance, Google does not index Facebook. They're basically direct competitors for your eyeballs. So really, I personally wouldn't spend a lot of time creating a detailed Facebook post, but I would post a link to a video I've spent a long time working on, or perhaps a blog post or something similar. Or just post some interesting link that's Delphi related. So yeah, it's a great way to quickly answer a question for someone or quickly ask a question, but that information is somewhat lost forever. LinkedIn, where Facebook is more friends and family. LinkedIn is far more business oriented, and personally for myself, a lot of people use Facebook for quite serious marketing efforts. I'm not one of those. Lots of stuff on LinkedIn, and again there are various groups, and we can see here's some various Delphi posts, and there'll be probably quite a few that come up in my feed. And also we can go to a Delphi related group and get specifically Delphi information, and likewise we can post information into here. I find LinkedIn is less ephemeral than Facebook, and also if you're sort of an active member, people will message you with job offers and things like that. So it's quite interesting. I get a few I wouldn't say job offers, but recruiters they want to fill positions because they get a huge commission on finding people for filling roles. So there's lots of groups here, sort of is my profile in a bit more detail. I probably need to spend a bit more effort tidying up my profile and making it a bit more professional. But yep, you can connect to me on LinkedIn. I'm Alistair Christie on LinkedIn. Yeah, I find LinkedIn is a bit more formal and business orientated, where Facebook is more social and friendly. But that just might be the various pages I've been on. So anyway, let's go back to the slides. So, you want to start your own blog? Well, there are plenty of options. Most listed here have free tier or freemium hosted options. Others, such as WordPress, you can have hosted or install into your own hosting. Once you have a blog, you can then join one of the feed aggregators. The two that I'm aware of are Delphi Feeds and BeginEnd. So here are some of the options. Wix and Squarespace. Squarespace is often a sponsor of various YouTube videos, so they not a sponsor of mine, but anyway. WordPress is very common, and they say they power 43% of the web, which is probably true. WordPress is very powerful, and you can it's free, open source. You can download and install it, or have it hosted somewhere. In fact, they will WordPress.com will host it for you. I think WordPress.com is the commercial side, and WordPress.org is the sort of community and development aspect of it. So the open source stuff. Now, as far as the feed aggregators go, there's Delphi Feeds and BeginEnd. BeginEnd seems to be a bit more up to date, and you can have a look at the feeds. And Alistair, no, let's try Learn Delphi.tv. There I am. And it says that I'm active, and once you have a feed or a blog, you can suggest a feed, and it will potentially pull out your posts and put them into the list. At which point people can then vote on which topics they like. So that's available on both Delphi Feeds and BeginEnd, and these are great places to find out what's happening in the Delphi world, because they do aggregate so many blogs together in one place. So this is my website, learndelphi.tv, and we can see that I have basically just a list of the videos I've made. That's pretty much my only content, apart from the premium content section, which I have various things available for sale, including my 2 books. In fact, the print version is available now. I should put that as a link in there. And you can, of course, get it from here, from either Leanpub or Amazon. We'll be looking at those in a little bit more detail shortly. So this website is hosted with GoDaddy. I don't necessarily think I'd recommend GoDaddy as a hosting platform. They're a bit... the prices, they start out low, but then they creep up over time, so you end up paying quite a lot, and it becomes, you're too lazy to shift. So anyway, this is the sort of administrator side of my website. So I can go in, here's all my articles, and I could go in and edit a particular article. They're all pretty short, and modify various attributes about them. So this is Joomla. It's a very powerful blogging engine. I've been using Joomla since the beginning, so since about 2006 with Joomla 1, and have upgraded, I think this is Joomla 4, a number of times, and migrated the site a couple of times. But if you're probably starting out, I'd probably recommend going with WordPress. That seems to be the most common choice, and there are a large number of plugins. For instance, plugins, if I go back to the home page, like this slider. So that's a plugin. If we go components, Smart Slider 3. So we can see I've got various things in here, and I'm just using the free version of it because I don't really need much of the a huge amount of flexibility that it has. Anyhow, so that is my sort of website, built on Joomla. If I was starting again, I would probably go with WordPress because it's a bit more flexible, or I might at some stage not create content in here but instead create it on YouTube itself. So yeah, that's probably what, and just feed in the content, the descriptions and stuff into the website. So that's probably what I do. Another great way of sharing your knowledge is participating on a question and answer site, such as Stack Overflow, which has pretty much come to completely dominate this space and killed many smaller communities and forums. But that just speaks to its utility. Delphi Praxis is another site, and there may be others in whatever language you speak. If there's not one, you could create one. This is Stack Overflow, for which I'm sure you are familiar with. If you're not, under what rock have you been hiding under this last decade? It's basically, if you Google a question, how do I hide a tab in a page? Delphi. We are bound to get, there we go, questions on Stack Overflow. They are pretty much, it's pretty much the question and answer site on the internet. And you can, I watch a number of tags, for instance Delphi, and there are lots of question and answers. I find it very hard to find a question I can answer. Usually all the easy ones are answered almost instantly, such as the speed of response to questions. I do occasionally ask a question, but probably only like one a month or something like that. Usually a reasonable amount of Googling will turn up anything I want, or reading through the Delphi source code. But here's my profile. I have a reputation score of 6,500 thereabouts, and I have a few questions and answers, not a huge number. So sort them by score. So there's a question with lots of answers and views and stuff on it. But anyway, and you can earn various badges and things like that. So and if we have a look at some of these questions, find one that's been answered. So freeing runtime created components with Delphi, and we get an answer by, say, Remy LaBelle. He has a reputation of 500,000. I think it must be his full-time job answering questions on Stack Overflow, because that's him and David Heffernan have very high reputations, and very it's hard to believe that one could get a. So what percentage is he in? He's only answered 6 questions, but answered 16,000. So Anyhow, I think he's just become an MVP as well. So that's Stack Overflow, but there are other sites as well. Here we've got Delphi Praxis, which is both in English and German. And no, I don't want it translated. So I haven't used. Occasionally, I think I see search results referencing the site, but absolutely, an easy way of participating and sharing your knowledge is answering a question on Stack Overflow, or asking one, or adding a comment. It just might be a link to another page or something like that that is relevant. But it's also, I found Stack Overflow has become a very unfriendly place. So it's very easy to get on the wrong side of the law, so to speak, and break the rules. And people are quite very eager to punish you for any transgressions. So, but it's still the best Q&A site, and definitely do try and participate in answering questions. If you have aspirations to become a movie star, then creating content for YouTube might be the path for you. You can get started with just the integrated camera and microphone on your laptop, but if you are creating a lot of content, you might need something much nicer. I use an Elgato Facecam, which is just a fancy webcam for recording my face, a Blue Yeti microphone for my voice. To record the screen, I use Camtasia, which is a commercial product, but one of the best screen recording and editing tools for Windows. I also use NVIDIA Broadcast, which is free if you have an RTX-capable graphics card. But if you're wanting a free option for recording, then Open Broadcast Studio might be an option, and it's also used for streaming. So here we have the product page for Camtasia. It's a product by TechSmith. As I said, this is the software I use for recording the screen and my face. It does that all simultaneously, and then you can edit it together. Alternatively, you can use OBS, which is the Open Broadcast Studio. It's also extremely powerful. It's a little bit of a challenge to get set up, but once it's going, and I've used that to broadcast directly to YouTube live. So when I was rehearsing for my ADUG presentation, my last one, I did all my rehearsals and broadcast them live on YouTube, which are currently they're all not available. I think I might have one up anyway. But that's OBS, so you can use that. It's free. Here is my YouTube channel, and you can see I have quite a lot of Delphi videos, and there's a few interviews and things like that on there, and I've also started branching out on sort of general topics, mostly sort of hardware type things. So there's me upgrading the memory in my laptop, and various other things, the AI detection and stuff. So to upload content to YouTube, you don't use YouTube directly, but use YouTube Studio. Obviously I've logged in, and you can see in the last 28 days I have an estimated revenue of $4.66. So you too can be envious of people on minimum wage by becoming a content creator on YouTube. I don't make a lot of money from YouTube directly. The people who do make lots of money on YouTube, they generally have sponsors and things like that who sponsor the video, and that might be like Squarespace or a variety of other things that want exposure. And we can have a quick look at the analytics and see over the last 28 days I've had 12,000 views, and some new subscribers and all that kind of stuff. Here's a great graph of the last 48 hours. Or we could go into a particular video, for instance, come down to something that's been on for a while. There we go. Don't make this common GUI mistake. So a very clickbaity title on that one. And we can go into the analytics, and we can see that initially you get lots and lots of views, but over time the number of new views drops off, and we can see I've only had one view in the last 48 hours for this video, but up to 1,300 views for that video, so it's not too bad. And obviously there's lots and lots of interesting stuff you can use in here for modifying your videos and promoting them and all that kind of stuff. Okay. I'm a big fan of audiobooks and podcasts and find them a fantastic learning tool. However, I'm not aware of any Delphi podcasts that are currently getting new content. Jim McKeith used to do the podcast at delphi.org, which you can find on Spotify. Obviously, there is a need for a new podcast, so if you feel like creating one, then please go ahead. Speaking at a conference is a great way of sharing your knowledge. It's also probably the scariest, particularly if it's live. I've done a few live presentations that were pretty much all coding, all of which went great, but required lots of practice up front. This presentation is obviously pre-recorded, which is much easier, but still challenging. If you're watching live, you can probably ask questions in the chat window. These the presenter can answer when the recording has finished during the Q&A session. If there are no questions, I'm just left chatting with the host, so please ask plenty of questions. Is there a Delphi user group in your area? They're not as popular post-pandemic, but there are still a few around. If you can join one, then you should. These can be a great way of building up experience by presenting to just a few people, depending on the size of the group, of course. Also, it's worth hanging around at the end to chat to members. Given that I've independently published a couple of Delphi books, here are some thoughts. Publishing a book is a great way of sharing your learning, and for me it's been the most profitable. Not as profitable as actually writing code, but there is some money to be made. Getting a book published is a very complicated endeavor, but it's not as hard as it used to be. If you go through a publisher, they will probably want you to write the book in a way they can publish it in many formats, which usually involves some sort of markdown. If you publish it yourself, you can choose whatever platform you want to write your book. I wrote mine in Google Docs, but if you want to produce something like the Head First series, then publisher might be a better bet. AI is changing the way books are written. I made extensive use of Grammarly and ProWriting Aid, both for doing detailed grammar checking and rewriting of sentences. I generated a number of images using DALL-E, but I was a bit early to take advantage of ChatGPT. Midjourney is another image generation platform that could be used. You will also want to get your book proofread, and community members and MVPs can be very much help with this. There was probably a dozen people who proofread my first book and about 8 for the second. Finally, you will want to publish your book. I used Amazon for the printed edition and Leanpub for the digital version. Pact have published quite a few Delphi books, and they could be a good option as well. Here we can see my book, Code Better in Delphi. It's more or less completely written in Google Docs. If we scroll down, this image here, I used DALL-E to generate that. It's for the dedication, and we can scroll down and see some other images as well. Here we go. There's the Enterprise merry-go-round, and I kind of decided I'd do watercolors because I thought they would print well in black and white, which is it's kind of the, although that one's not a watercolor, but that's another DALL-E image. And there's the text, the prompt. So an ancient warrior sitting rewriting source code on a laptop drinking coffee. So yeah, and we can see I've got all this source code formatted and things like that. So you can pretty much write an entire book in Google Docs. So that's 230 pages odd. We can turn Grammarly on because it thinks the book this document is rather long. And it will suggest lots of things. For instance, thinks bigger, more significant might be a better word. Developers and size and the size. I mean, that either I think works in that case. I think must is a better word, and so on. There's offers lots of suggestions, and sometimes might want you to rewrite paragraphs and sentences and things like that for clarity. So I have a block of code, but it wants to use a code block instead, which I don't think makes quite as much sense. Grammarly is designed for non-programming text for the most part. And there's another DALL-E image of I think it's an ancient Greek fashion show or something like that, about being stylish anyway. And there's lots of this source code. Let's find a reasonable size block. There we go. So it has lots of problems with that. Now, to generate formatted code, I'll create a new document, and we'll come down and we'll grab some Delphi code. This will do, for instance. And paste that in. And what I'm going to do is, first off, in Tools, I've added extensions rather, code blocks. So you can install plugins, and code blocks is one that I've used. So we'll start that. And from here, I can just highlight the text I want. And the language is Delphi, sort of a Visual Studio theme. No background, and go format. And it will think for a bit, and then format that. And of course, we probably have to adjust things a little bit because of the long lines and things like that. But that's how I've formatted all my source code. I wanted all of these reserved words in bold. For some reason, that's just the way I like the code to look. And for that, I used this advanced find and replace, which you can search for a format such as this blue text, and then replace it with, well, add bold to it, for instance. So it's quite cool, and and very, very powerful. And I think I've paid for it twice now. It probably still thinks it's unregistered. Let's go find and replace. Okay, and that will replace code blocks with find and replace, hopefully. We'll close that. I'll try that again. There we go. And so you can search for, with a particular formatting, so that the text color is, let's see if I'm going to pick it up. No, it's not going to let me, I don't think. But we could, choose the appropriate blue or whatever. But anyway, I used that a bit as well. And the images. So I used DALL-E, so we might want a weird two elephants writing code in a tree. I have no idea what this is going to come up with, but we will find out. Okay, so it's writing not source code, but writing code maybe on a laptop. Now, DALL-E costs money to use, as does Midjourney. Generating these images is a rather computationally intensive task. So there we go, elephants using a laptop. And if I click on, I can see I've got 109 prompts left. And if we scroll through, you can see I've tried lots and lots of different things. It's a computer program is playing on a merry-go-round. It's like, yeah, and stuff for dependency injection. Some toolboxes. So a watercolor of a toolbox full of tools in a workshop. So DALL-E is very powerful, and you can generate some quite cool images. Previously, you would have had to employ someone or do the drawings yourself for sort of customized images, but now it's basically free, or a few dollars for being able to generate dozens, if not hundreds, of these images. So once you have your book written, you're going to want to get it proofread. So this is where Google Docs is absolutely brilliant, because I can just share this document, share it with another version of myself, and make them a commenter, and then they can type changes, but they're kind of they don't actually affect the text, and you can then approve or ignore those changes, and they can also make comments in the margin. So it's absolutely brilliant. It's the best way to get a book proofread, because you can have multiple people proofreading it at the same time while you're busy going through and approving or ignoring all the changes that are happening. So it can all happen very, very fast, and can work quite well. So once all of that, your book is edited, you're done, you produce a PDF of it, you're going to need a cover. Now, I had my cover designed by using 99 Designs. So we can see I've had, my original logo was designed, and we had another logo for another enterprise that my wife and I do. And if we have a look at the deleted by 99 Designs. So but we can see these are the various iterations of the book provided by various designers. So yeah, man, most of these were really good. I would have been happy with quite a few of them, but I went with the final design, which is actually not this one, but this is in Photoshop. This is my Code Better and Delphi title. I basically just changed the background image and obviously the back text, and made it better rather than faster, and changed the color. So the second book was much easier and cheaper to do the title for, but I did need to subscribe to Adobe, pay the Adobe tax for the privilege of being able to edit the cover. So yeah, so I use 99 Designs. Fiverr is another platform for such things. Probably could end up being a lot cheaper. Once you've got your cover and book and all that kind of stuff, and you're ready to publish, you can publish. The two platforms that I used is Kindle Direct and Leanpub. I said before, Leanpub for the electronic version. And if we have a look at books, we can see that I am currently number 4, and they have quite a variety of books published on this platform. And we can go in and look at my author section, books, and Code Faster, and have a look at this, I don't know, the about. So provide lots of information about the book. What I've used to publish the electronic versions, and they take a 20% cut, so I get to keep 80% of the royalties. Whereas if I published a Kindle edition, Amazon would keep 70%, and I would get 35% of the royalties, unless my book was under $10, in which case I could keep 70%. And my book is not a $10 book. So Kindle Direct, so you can use it to create a Kindle edition, but I used it just for the print-only version. And basically, you upload a PDF and a cover page, and it's got some tools that allow you to check how it looks and where the margins are and all that kind of stuff. We can also look at some of the reporting, and you can have a look at the vast amount of money I'm making from publishing on Amazon. It's actually quite a bit at the moment because the book's just been published. So we can see that this in the last 30 days I've sold 16 copies of Code Better in Delphi, and 4, so that's 20 copies in total. And we can see that actually Germany's my biggest biggest market, which is interesting. And yeah, so there is money to be made. If I go Leanpub, Code Faster in Delphi, this is where you can purchase the book, but you can also adjust how much you pay. So you can pay as little as $25. I think at Code Better I've got it. You can pay as little as $20, or you can pay more if you want. And actually, surprisingly, a few people have. So I'm not quite sure what their logic is there, but I'm very grateful for it. And yeah, so there's, I sold 13 copies in that amount of time, and effectively, if we have a look at this page here, we can see that in Ball and Delphi programming, I am a #1 bestseller. So in a month, if you can sell 20 Delphi books, you too can be a #1 bestseller. So occupying the #1 and #3 slot there, and that's Ball and Delphi. We can go to Delphi. It's Delphi Programming Computer. I don't get the title, but there I am, #1 there as well. And somewhere down here, did I go past it? No, I don't even feature in the top 40 in that category. Maybe I'm not in that category for Code Faster in Delphi. That's a possibility. But yeah, as you can see, I'm not making a ridiculous amount of money from selling books, but the income, I mean, I can let's put all my cards on the table. Let's go orders, and we can say lifetime. So we can see I've got a spike when I sold I've released code faster in Delphi back in 2020, and I've got another spike sold 45 copies in that month. But more typically, I'm selling 4, 5, 6, 1 copy there, and zero in April. So mostly not selling a huge number of books, but 45 books is a reasonable number, and it's a reasonable amount of money. But in no way does it reasonably compensate me for the amount of time I put into the book. That is getting your book published. There's a lot of steps involved, and you've got to write all sorts of marketing bits and pieces for it, which I find pretty difficult. So that's kind of that. The last thing I want to mention is ChatGPT. So let's load up the chat on Bing and say, write me an article about cats. No, the dependency inversion principle, using examples in Delphi. And I should probably say please, because who knows when ChatGPT is going to become our robot overlords. So it's always pays to be polite. And it's thinking. So it's thanking me for the request. And there we go. It's one of the 5 solid principles and what have you. Let's see an example. Okay. So it's writing some Delphi code for us. Okay, and the find works fine, but has problems. Okay, violates the open-close principle. Okay, well, we're wanting dependency inversion, but that's all right. Okay, so a better approach is to apply the dependency inversion principle, and here we go. So we're creating an interface this time to an iData reader and an iData printer. And I guess these would be in different units if we were actually implementing this. But yes, so this is rather scary because it's actually writing quite reasonable text and code. And I could probably very quickly throw together a book about the solid principles in Delphi using this if I so chose. I'll probably have to rewrite everything because it's not the way I speak or write, but that's okay. Okay, so yeah, AI is changing everything. There's a very nice blog post. I probably want to double check everything, but that's probably okay. And yeah, not nonsense, which is what AI used to generate when you asked it questions like this. But now it's very, very reasonable. So yeah, I don't know what this is going to mean. It probably means that you're not going to know if a human wrote stuff or AI, but and then it's going to get the interesting effect that the AI is going to be learning stuff that it's already spat out. So this is where sort of hallucinations start to become a bit more vivid. So anyway, yeah, ChatGPT, it's interesting. I'm not sure what it's going to do in the future. It's just because it's just going to get better and better and better. And maybe we will not be going to Stack Overflow anymore. We'll be asking directly ChatGPT, and I've asked it questions and got it to generate me some sample code for doing certain things, and quite often it is perfectly reasonable code that compiles. So this is Camtasia, and this is the How to Share Your Knowledge presentation that I'm currently working on, and we can see on the timeline It's about 44 minutes currently. It'll be a bit shorter from what I've got so far, because there'll be quite a bit editing and trimming and that kind of thing that goes on. It's going to take me quite a few hours to edit it. But we can see, let's grab this and make that kind of about that size. And then I can go into my favorites and say background removal. And that's removed the background for that section. Although it's clearly not perfect. I have previously used the background removal in NVIDIA Broadcast, but Camtasia doesn't support transparent video or transparent webcams with transparency, so 32-bit video as opposed to sort of 24-bit. And that means I replaced the background with a green, just basically a green pixel. And then I could remove the background using this remove background color, so green screen. But this works a lot better because it's a bit anti-aliased in and there's no green fringing involved. But we can see that it has had a little bit of difficulty with some of the edges. I probably need to push down my hair. It's probably sticking out a little bit. That's probably what's causing the problem. So that's pretty much all I wanted to cover for this talk. I hope you found it useful, and I hope you will start sharing your knowledge in various ways. And yeah, I hope to see you present at a future Embarcadero conference. So I'm Alistair Christie. Thank you for watching my presentation, and we'll move on to the...
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Really good session there from Alistair Christie. I've been putting little bottom thirds across and things like that. But the good news is Alistair's with us live right now, and he's up at 2 or 3 in the morning, isn't it, Alistair? I think Mark is going to make there you go.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Woo! See, we're now side by side. Yeah, so 3 o'clock in the morning, is it your time?
Yeah, thereabouts. Well, yeah, 2:42.
Yeah,
So
I apologise. The great thing about
can't be too loud because my wife and child are sleeping in the next room. I'm currently in Cairns, Australia, travelling.
You're talking to the wrong guy then, because I'm always loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to stay up. I mean, I operate entirely on coffee. Otherwise, I would be asleep 24/7. Really, really great session. We had a whole bunch of questions. And let me just, whilst we're doing that as well, let me just hang on. I'm just going to make this thing scroll across the bottom there as well, so that you get your heads up.
Yeah, a little bit of free advertising. Much appreciated.
Well, yes, I want to see that spike go up on the what was it, Lean Pub, wasn't it?
Yeah. I was looking at the Amazon graphs. But yeah.
I mean, I've done audiobooks in the past, and it's exactly the same thing, because it's even worse when you do an audiobook because it's somebody else's words that you're reading. And so you're kind of at the mercy of the author's publicity and things like that. I just spoke them and off they went. But sometimes I did one for Chelsea Soccer Club in the UK, and I thought it might be okay. And then one day, apparently, they put it up on some big screen at the Chelsea Soccer Ground with 38,000 people watching it. I just had a massive avalanche of sales. I didn't know why. I guess it just happened. But yes, the vagaries of commission-based earnings are always good. A lot of questions. Some of them were from earlier, but I'm just going to pick a few up here. Let me just pick this one. I've seen so many videos by Alistair Christie that I'm actually going to go and buy a book from him as thanks if the shipping isn't insane.
Thank you very much.
I didn't actually work out where he lived, so for all I know, it may be insanely high. But
well, the Amazon, the print on demand is done in several countries, so it's printed, at least near you. And for me,
it's
they print them in Australia for shipping. It's interesting. I ordered my copies straight away, but I saw people on Facebook and stuff posting copies of their books before mine arrived. So
it's crazy stuff. Yeah, I mean, I got sent a copy early, because of what I do, and it was great reading through it. I've personally, as a developer, long before I was an MVP, always watched your videos, I have to say. And, I regularly watch them, and I have learned things. I've been a coder for 38 years and a Delphi person since the very first day Delphi came out, and I still learn things. So if anybody
Oh,
thinks,
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Learn
for
stuff
one,
all the time. That's great. It's
yeah,
a
I
great
think most
industry to be
people.
in.
Well, I think most people would describe me as an advanced Delphi developer, and yet if I can learn things there from your books, then
Is it
anybody
advanced?
can.
Is that because of the grey hair?
Yeah, that's the one. Yes, advanced A. Yes, yeah. I think a lot of us are like that now. So,
Yeah. Sort of getting more and more grey and in the beard.
You have more. I have less hair than you. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's starting to
Um,
get a bit thin on the in the front, but
well, yeah, and also coding makes you go that way as well. So, yeah, and someone else said I enjoy your videos. Thanks very much, which was great. And lots of people saying I love Delphi and hello from various countries around the world. An Italian streamer who says he does live coding. This is Compilia Quindiva. Whatever that is, I don't speak a lot of Italian apart from food related and alcohol related Italian, which is the best way I find, because Italy does really great food. But Alistair does a lot of streaming, and you should really go to his YouTube channel and click on like and subscribe. And in fact, I suppose if they go to learndelphi.tv, they can go
they
to
click on any video. Yeah.
Yeah, but for people that are streaming, it really does help if you like and subscribe, because it bumps up that algorithm, and the Google AI goes,
and leave a comment. So I mean, it's an easy way of participating in the community, right? Just write a comment on the video.
Yeah, preferably a nice one, and not about cakes or something. But feedback's important.
And also, I get quite a few comments in different languages, which is interesting. I have to go to Google Translate to make sure they're not advertising or something like that.
I thought it was interesting that you showed the chat GPT. I mean, do you find you're using that a lot more now, or
just from time to time? But it is scary that you can ask it questions and it can give you actual Delphi code that you can then copy and paste and use. And and sometimes you can then say make comments and say that that you wanted it in a different way or something like that, or that it's some part of it is incorrect, and it will correct it.
Yeah, and I know Eli, who is going to be doing a session, not today actually, probably tomorrow. Eli worked for several months on some AI projects, and so he's like our in-house guru when it comes to AI. Well, I suppose we should have an AI that's an in-house guru of AI. But
yeah,
and yeah, they'll probably take over the world. But yeah, I mean, he swears by it, and he one of the things, the background that you can't really see behind me actually, and behind both of us on the live stream, all of these backgrounds were originally generated by AI. We haven't really mentioned that, but I'm not sure whether they use Mid-Journey or something like that. But
probably Mid-Journey. I think that's what most people use.
That seems to be the Picasso of the moment.
Yeah, and it's you can get a certain amount of free prompts that you can use, and then you have to subscribe to a monthly thing, which I quite preferred the DALL-E thing, which is you buy, you spend I don't know, it's about $30 and get 100 prompts or 150 prompts or something like that.
Which is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, we my daughter is just about to finish her degree in graphic design, which is quite funny, because she was at university for 5 years, and I call her education my Tesla, which will give you some idea of how expensive that education was. But we're lucky. We're very I feel very privileged that we can pay for her education. But the weird thing was, she did start out learning Korean and then swapped to graphic design. So for 3.5-4 years, she's been doing nothing but graphic design. And she is obviously, now she's reaching graduation. She said, okay, well, I'm going to go and look for some jobs. And she went for a job interview, and they gave her the job based on her portfolio. And the first day she started work, she texted us almost in tears. And we're like, what's up? You have a bad day at work. She said, I started work and they said to me, you should be using AI to leverage your creativity every day at work. But she was horrified because she'd just gone through and done that degree to learn the techniques of graphic design and the rest of it. And there they were saying, use AI and then just buff up what you get from the AI. So
It's interesting. Like a few years ago, if you said what jobs were going to be replaced by AI, I would have said, taxi driver, truck driver, all the
yeah,
driving related stuff
calculating
because of all
spreadsheet
the.
data. Yeah,
Um,
mundane things.
but I suppose the first kind of series of jobs is like translation in terms of translating between different languages, because
Yeah.
that's I hadn't even thought about people being made unemployed because of that aspect. But yeah, I suppose all this creative stuff seems to be the easy AI stuff of images and text, and
Well, I think the thing that
quite strange.
I think a few of us, have talked about it and said, "Oh, the code that's generated there, the code is not correct, or it's correct but it's not great." And as we were chatting in the little chat beforehand, I said, "I wonder where they get the code examples from," because that code example with the dependency inversion that you had in there. Which, by the way, Alex, there's a very good video on dependency inversion as well. I think it was some color shapes or something. I forget what it was, but
Yeah, thank you.
yeah. See, I remember correctly.
It's kind of a cheats way of doing dependency inversion without you can use anonymous methods rather than interfaces.
Yeah, but what was interesting about the example that it gave was that it was a credible example of dependency inversion in the little chat that came up. And what's weird there is that I doubt that is regurgitating exact code from someone else. It's not copy and paste. It is not an AI version of Stack Overflow, copy and paste from Stack Overflow, which is the old joke. What's the difference between a junior developer and a senior developer? The senior developer is better at Google searches and copying from Stack Overflow, and it's true. You know where to look, and that's the difference. But the AI is not that. So I wonder where he got it from. I know they scanned GitHub and a few other things for public projects, and if you got that little Arctic symbol,
it's the entire web, right? Basically, so Bing is, they've used I don't know how much of the web, but a fair chunk of it to generate their language models, and there'll be a fair amount of Delphi code in that.
So somebody said to me. Yeah, I saw, and I've seen this comment a few times. Oh, they should credit where they got the code from, but the trouble is that's assuming that it's like copy and paste, but it's not. It would be like you and I having to explain all the people we've ever met in their entire career.
I learned this from that book and this from this other bit from this.
Yeah, I know how to lay out FireMonkey because I went to 17's webinars and here's all the names of the people, and then amalgamated that knowledge. And that's the thing that ChatGPT and AI is not. I mean, sometimes you can see that it's obviously copied from somewhere because it's too good. There's a comment very famously where it had a copyright message in the comment because they'd messed up with ChatGPT 3. But it is not. It's not copy and paste.
And in images as well, they had the the little Getty Images or something like that logo that was kind of
that's a problem.
But I think it's just because that logo is in a lot of images, and it would have learnt from a lot. Yeah, so it kind of thought
sounds like a lawsuit in the making, I imagine.
Yeah,
so,
I think it was.
Yeah, and I mean it's going to happen, but I'm quite excited. I mean, the AI is becoming actually something that I always thought it would be. Much more like the computer you saw on Star Trek or on Babylon 5 or something like that, where they would say, there's an incoming message from some planet. In fact, my little demo later says exactly that. And you'd say, well, what is it? Because you don't know, and they can't Google search for that. But the AI actually works it out and says, it's, it sounds most similar to a language from, Indonesia 17,000 years ago or something like that, and then tries to work out how to decode it by actually using some inference from the way the vowel sounds work or the lack of vowel sounds or whatever. So I'm excited, but it is a little bit scary that you can see there are some jobs that are actually going to probably go by the wayside through AI.
I think it's more than some. It's going to be most jobs.
I think our jobs will change. I think. I'm pretty old now.
I think
so,
programming is still a good job to have. I think I kind of feel it'll be one of the last jobs that AI will replace, because there'll be until AI starts writing itself.
that won't be long, I don't think. I think I think it's interesting stuff. So just to be clear, your stuff is not just about AI. That just happened to be one of the things I picked up on, but learn Delphi.tv and also learndelphi.org, which similar sounding names, but no connection between the two. There are hundreds of your videos on there. People kept saying in the chat, and it's kind of, we live and learn from these things. A lot of people saying, I want to see someone writing code, and I want to see coding examples. And actually, I think it's safe to say you got a lot of videos like that. Am I right?
There's quite a few. There's about 200 and something videos on Delphi programming. Some of the early ones I cringe at, but I've still got them up there.
Don't look back at anything older than about a week. That's my advice. I look back.
Still, that's one of the great things about Delphi as well, is that in many ways the language itself hasn't changed a huge amount. We've got lots of new stuff, but you can read a Delphi 3 book and there's still lots of relevant content in there. Whereas if you read a real Visual Basic book from say 15 years ago, you would probably be completely useless.
My favorite is C++. It's a very powerful language, C++, but the basic trouble with C++ is that every couple of years there's a new standard, and a whole bunch of things that you used to rely on no longer work. And there's a new way of doing it, and that new way of doing it actually melts my brain, because I think that C++ is actually made for people who are way smarter than me. That's probably the only thing I can say about it. It's a great language, but I'm not clever enough.
Yeah, I learned C++ at university, and I haven't really used it very much since.
I edit C++ articles all the time, and I can write in C++ and used to code in C++, but I prefer Delphi. It's a lot easier. Yeah. If Björn Strustrup comes on, I'm going to be nice to him and say, I love C++. It's my favorite language, but Delphi's the one for me.
It's a powerful language. Yeah. C++ is very powerful.
But that gives you
a lot of rope to hang yourself with. Is the other.
And that's the thing about Delphi, is it kind of protects you, and actually is very, very easy to learn, because it's based on Pascal, which was a language that was effectively invented as a teaching language, and turned out to be a lot more useful than just an aid to teaching logic and coding. It actually turned out to be perfect for all sorts of scenarios, and particularly with Rad Studio. It's, as you'll see in our videos, you can do.
I find it interesting that you look at Delphi or Pascal, and you kind of think of it's quite a verbose language, but then you do a bit of Java coding or something like that, and the syntax is a lot more concise, but you end up writing vast amount of object creation and stuff code.
And React and all the rest of it. They're like, it's declarative, and you're like, no, come on, this is a crazy way of doing things. So it's good. Well, we've run out of time, as always happens. But I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you for staying up until ridiculous o'clock.
Yeah, no, I went to sleep actually. I'll go back to bed. I think so. I'm sort of still a bit on New Zealand time, so going to bed early. Getting up early at the moment.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, it's you're the opposite end of the planet to us, so it's very strange.
It's only a 2-hour difference, but it still makes quite a difference in the.
Oh yeah. Well, when I fly to the UK, it always confuses everybody. I don't get jet lag, but I do still think, surely it's 4 o'clock and it's 8 o'clock in the morning or something. So okay, well, thanks once again.
All right. I'll sign off by saying, start a blog, write an article, write a book, record a video, write a tweet, whatever. Do participate in the Delphi community. It's how we make things better and get more Delphi users. Is by having more
spread
information
it
out there.
around. That's exactly
Spread the
what
love.
we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. Well, thanks a lot, and I appreciate it. And people need to like and subscribe and go to your website and buy your book. They're great books. They're definitely worth spending a few dollars or pounds or euros or whatever your currency is. It's
and other Delphi books. I mean, it's not just mine now. There's quite a few. Dali has published a few, and Primoj has got his new book out.
Oh yeah, and Holger, he's got like
Holger,
3
he's
books.
got quite a few.
Yeah, he gets bored easy and just writes another book. I'm sure that's what it does. He's very good.
Do buy books and do a lot of reading. Anyway, I better go.
All right. Well, thanks very much.
Video be cute.
Yes, we're off to go and do something else. Thanks a lot, Alistair. Speak to you soon.
Okay. Cheers.
Okay, so we're moving on to next session. This is a more technical one. I think there'll probably be a lot more code shown in this one. And this is called OAuth 2. And it's about authenticating for the web, mobile, and desktop apps safely from a single source. And it's being presented by Wagner Landgraf. See you later. We'll be on the chat.
Hello, thank you for being here, for watching this presentation at Coding Bootcamp 2023. And my name is Wagner Landgraf, and I'm going to talk about OAuth 2, a way to authenticate web, mobile, and desktop applications safely from a single server. As I say, my name is Wagner Landgraf. I work with the Delphi community for more than 20 years, since, 1997, I believe it's 25 years, I'm not counting anymore. And I'm the author of many Delphi libraries like TMS Aurelius and ORM, TMS Xdata, Amazon Web Service SDK, and I'm mostly involved with the 2 entities, which is the great TMS software, a software vendor for Delphi libraries and components, and my personal website, landgraf.dev. Shall we start with some stories? Once upon a time, computers appeared. They occupied big rooms. Their memory couldn't hold much more than some texts. At the time, probably securing a computer would be a matter of having a padlock to prevent people to enter the room and have access to the computer. I'm not going to enter into the details of corporate computing at those times because I'm not old enough to have witnessed it, so I don't know exactly how it worked, but we know that with personal computers, the story was the same. Is the same. We had our computers at home and we didn't care about securing them too much. It only started to make more sense to secure them, to add a password to it when a computer was being shared with other people. So each user will have their own account. So you enter in the computer with your account, your colleague also, so you have different data. But all that changed dramatically when networking and the internet appeared. And again, we can make the same analogy of personal computers with software applications. In the past, we usually begin to protect our applications when they become multi-user, for example. One popular application architecture not so long ago was the client-server paradigm. We had and we still have one database server, then multiple desktop clients. Those desktop clients are usually Windows executable applications, especially if you work with Delphi, if you build those applications with Delphi. And those applications were connecting to the database directly and manipulating data. Probably you have built and maintained such kinds of applications. And what was one common way to protect it that probably you are using it? You have a table in your database of usernames and passwords or hashes of passwords. And you simply check if the typed username and password match what's saved in the database. If the username and password typed by the user in your desktop application matches the database. Your desktop application continues and shows a form, some form with user data. It's just application logic. You have in your desktop application logic, if username and password fails, oh, don't continue, ask the application, the credentials again. And even when the first common web applications appeared, it was still possible and relatively secure to use such approach. The web applications were generated fully server-side. So the user went to the browser, typed username and password, and those credentials were provided to the server. The server checked them against, again, comparing what's there in the database, and then returned the full rendered HTML page to the client with maybe a session token, always safe, always server side for further operations. For example, if the user clicked a link, a new request was made sending the session token. It was up to the server to control everything. If the session was still valid, who was the user of the session, and then return again another HTML page. But times changed. Applications are now distributed. Actually, maybe you can say that an application is a collection of applications. Your full application might consist of a desktop Windows application, maybe a legacy desktop Windows application where most of the heavy operations and data input is made. But that might also, your full application might also consist of an additional web application where reports and data can be provided to a wider audience. It might also consist of mobile applications that receive notifications or you can use to quickly upload data, a photo or an audio to the central server. And even the web application is now running in the browser like a desktop application, not rendered server-side anymore. There are not only server-side web applications built with PHP, ASP, or Java, but also client-side JavaScript web applications built with React, Angular, and TMS Web Core. And all of those, the set of the desktop, mobile, and web applications is your full application. And probably all those parts of your application are being used by a single user. You know that by now as a user. We use those kind of applications: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, your local gym application, some government services that you access from web or mobile. We use all those either from our mobile phones, from our computers, using our internet browsers, and some of them even have downloadable clients so you can install in our computers. But there are more news. The server part is also now distributed. There might have a specific server that is built and used just to respond to the mobile applications, another one for the web applications. Maybe there is a third server that is not directly called by the applications, but by those two servers are mentioned before. So in this complex scenario, if you are building such kinds of applications, how to protect them? You might be tempted to keep using your username and password approach. But then you have multiple servers. Some of them don't even talk to a database, but another server. So how are you going to send and receive back the username and password through all those things in a secure way? And now the username and password has to be saved in the mobile or web application because you don't want to ask the user for username and password all the time. And what if that password is stolen? It's now easier to steal that password from a browser or from a mobile application. And the first thing you'll be tempted to do is to roll out your own solution. Maybe you can save the password encrypted in a mobile app. Maybe you can save some temporary code in the mobile application and check it against the server. And then you start finding solutions, and then you think, well, but if someone steals this, no, then I have to set a new flag here and there. And my answer to you is one of the first advices experts give about security. Avoid reinventing the wheel. Someone already thought that for you, and you should search for a solution. And what is that solution? OAuth, and one of its extensions, which is OpenID Connect. OAuth is not the only solution, of course, but it's widely adopted. If you Google for how to secure your API applications, you see many sites recommend use OAuth, consider OAuth, because it's a flow, it's a workflow. All those bits and pieces are already thought of. When you see that button, log in with Google, log in with Facebook, that's OAuth in action. So what is OAuth exactly, and how does it work? Well, if I'm going to just read for you a formal definition, OAuth is short for Open Authorization, and it's an open standard for access delegation, commonly used as a way for internet users to grant websites or applications access to their information on other websites, but without giving them the passwords. It's interesting to see this is notes that access delegation and the word authorization. That's the original problem that OAuth aimed to solve. If you think about how systems were integrated before OAuth, for example, how would it work? For example, you have one application, you are the user of one application, and that application wants to communicate with a third-party application. For example, want access your photos stored in Google Drive, in your Yahoo service. Remember Yahoo? So how does your application, how do you integrate your application with Google Drive, for example? Before OAuth, your application has to ask the user, hey, give me your username and password of your Google Drive account. This way I can access your photos. The problem with that approach is that the application will have full access to your full Google account. And you have to give him all the credentials. And with the credentials, you have full access. The application could delete your photos, could even change your password. Who knows what he would be doing. So that's the problem that OAuth solves. It's a way to give access to another application without providing the user and password. And this is how it works. This is more or less, this is the abstract flow. OAuth has these flows, which is the workflow. Remember about reinventing the wheel? A flow is what the OAuth engineers talk of about how to protect things and give access and save stuff without compromising too much. So the idea is that you have the client, which is the application that is trying to access Google Drive, for example. And you have the resource server in blue, which is the Google Drive application. And you have the middle layer here, which is the green authorization server, which is the server who is dealing with OAuth. So the client, first thing, the client asks the user, you, to access Google Drive. At that point, you go to Google, log into Google, and Google asks you, hey, do you want to give access to the client for your Google Drive photos? Then you say yes. Then the authorization grant goes back to the application too. And then with that information, with that kind of credentials provided by Google, you go to the authorization server and get an access token. And then with that access token, the application can go to the photos and get the photos. But the idea here is that you probably have seen it. The OAuth server, in the step 1 there, authorization requests, the OAuth server tells you, hey, the client is trying to access your Google photos. Only read-only access to your Google photos. Do you want to give it to them? So that's how it works. The flow has scopes, has permissions, so the client will only access your photos with that access token that only gives them that specific permission of read your photos. And then remember I said that OAuth has its flows. Those are grant types of flows, are ways to get that access token or get the authorization to access a server, but depending on what kind of application you use. OAuth uses to have many grant types: the client credentials flow, the implicit flow, the user and password flow, the code authorization code flow, and lots of flows. And many of them, I don't know the exact history of OAuth, but I believe many of them were being created or spin it off from the original ones, depending on the kind of applications that appeared. For example, the client credentials flow is the simplest one. It's targeted to machine applications. There is no user, so you have a server and you have to access a third-party server. That's fine. But then you have web applications using PHP, for example. Then you have authorization code. But then it started to have desktop applications or JavaScript applications. Then you have the implicit flow and so on. So you should tell which flow you are going to use depending on the application that you are going to build. Luckily, OAuth 2.1, it was kind of simplified. So this is not a comprehensive rule, but in general, you can just use two flows now: the client credentials flow for machine-to-machine applications and the authorization code with PKey, which is proof of key for code exchange, and that can be used safely for server-side web applications, single-page web applications, and native applications. Now, before I continue, let me go back here to the screen to reinforce the key concepts of OAuth. There are 4 entities here that you see in the page that I mentioned, but I will strengthen it. There is the resource owner, which is the user. There is the authorization server, which is the central server who issue tokens and check for the grants, etc. There is the resource server, which is what we want to access, Google Photos or an API. And then there is the client, which is the application trying to access something. That client is called also the application for OAuth. And you see that usually in practice, you have the client. A client can be your web application. A second client can be your desktop application. A third client can be your server accessing another server. So for each of those clients, you use a specific flow. And each of those clients has to be known by the authorization server. That's why, for example, when you go to Google, if you have checked it, you can see, hey, I need to create an application that you have access to Google Photos of the user. So you have to register your application on Google saying, this is my application. You have lots of IDs and things like that. And that will be a registered client for Google. Let me try to illustrate OAuth here. It's a little bit complex, the details, but I try to illustrate how it looks like with this nice OAuth 2.0 playground, which is a web page that simulates a real OAuth communication. Here you have the playground. The address is, the URL is oauth.com/playground. And we start with a flow. So let's use, for example, the authorization code, which is the same as the one using proof of key, but this is more simplified, so it's easier to start with. And it's one common one. It says, to begin, register a client and a user. All right. This is exactly, the user is just to simulate that we have a user in the OAuth server application. So suppose this is a Google user or a user in your application, in your OAuth application, and the client registration is not used in authorization code, but it created here. But remember that the client is the application. We are simulating your web application here. Anyway, let's go on and try the authorization code. So this is the idea. Your web application or your web server web application, anyway, the application trying to get access will build a request, an HTTP request to the authorization server, to Google, for example, or to the, suppose you have created your authorization server. So this is the URL of the authorization server. And then you have these parameters which are specified by the OAuth standard. You see that this is the flow. We're specifying that we want the code flow. We are specifying the client ID, which is my application. Hey, I'm the application web, my web. And this is the scope, which are the permissions that we want. So we want to access photos and offline access. This is defined by the application, by the resource server itself. For example, if you are going to access Google Photos, it's Google Photos that is specifying the scopes that it will accept. And state is a random string generated by the web application. And finally, we are going to specify a redirect URL, which will be called by the authentication, the authorization server, after all is done, because now we are going to be redirected. The web application is calling this, and the authorization server will try to log in the user and ask the user permission. When all is done, it will come back to the redirect URL. So let's authorize. And now the web application goes to OAuth server. It's the OAuth server. For example, again, it's Google. If the authorization server will be Google, we will see here login to Google or login confirming this is your account. If this is your server, it will be you asking for username and password for a list of users you might have. So we have saved the information here we are simulating that we are logging in as a user. And then the OAuth server asks, hey, the application OAuth2 Playground, remember that's the client ID, would like to access your photos. Approve. And then it calls that redirect URL with the information. This is the information passed back to your web application. The authorization server is passing back the state and some magic code. You will check the state to see if the state matches of the one you generated, because otherwise there might be some attack here if the state is different, someone trying to steal. So make sure the state is the same. So if it matches, continue. And now with the code and the state confirmed, your web application goes back to the authorization server in a different URL, named token, saying the grant type is authorization code, the client ID is this, the client secret should not be used for public web applications. This is a tweak. And again, the redirect URL and the magic code. Once we do that, now we receive an AJAX response. It's not redirected now. The authorization server finally answers with the final answer. Sorry for the redundancy. Saying that, okay, here are your credentials. The token type, how long will the token last in seconds, in milliseconds, in seconds, and the scope that you asked for. Sometimes it's different. Sometimes the user allows you only to have one of the required scopes. And finally, the access token. This is the token that you are going to use, your web application is going to use from now on to access the photos. all right? And this is the authorization code flow. I'm not going to, there is no time to enter into details of all the flows, all the details here about the parameters. The OAuth has a lot of, there are specification about the error messages. But the idea, I hope you get the idea of the flow, because you can use this for authentic authorization and also for authentication if you use OpenID on top of it. But you notice that the same approach with OpenID can be used. This access token, for example, is the token that you are going to use to access the server. The server can be a resource server like Google Photos, or it can be your own API server. So this is the OAuth flow. Following this standard, you can either create an OAuth client, like this web application does, which you can use to log in to Google, for example, or you can build an OAuth server that you can use to provide access to users. My point here, one of my points here, is that you see that the flow has lots of checks here about the state, checking the state, generating a code, and if you go to the proof of key with code exchange proof key for code exchange flow, which is a slightly different flow from the one we saw, you see that the client should generate a code here and send that part of the challenge to the server, and then the flows continue. All of this was thought to avoid attacks. For example, this, of course, during the process of building this flow, I can imagine that the engineers were thinking, okay, what if an attacker does this? What if an attacker does that? What if it changes, if it intercepts the URL and try to change the code or try to impersonate something? So all of these codes and exchanges and things like that were already thought for you in advance. So in theory, if you're using a standard way of doing things, you don't have to think too much. You always have to think, of course, but you don't have to think too much about the holes in your process. What if this? What if? This was already thought of, so you can follow the standard to have a little more peace of mind, and of course, you have more integration with other systems, because since this is a standard, if you have an OAuth server, for example, you can say, hey, my server is OAuth compliant. You can use it to access my application if I want to. That's a common flow. Okay, now that we talked about what is OAuth, how to use it as a developer. For several languages, we have libraries that allows you to create. Actually, most libraries are more for client side of OAuth, but you also might need server side OAuth. There are some libraries here and there. For example, for .NET, there is the Duend software, which is the old Microsoft Identity Server, which is now Duend Identity Server or something like that, which is a paid library. And you also have some open source servers like Keycloak, but you have to, I think it's made in Java, and you have to install the server and know how to use it, of course. And you have services, cloud services for that. The most famous one is Auth0, for example, which is you have a full OAuth server ready to use, but then it can become very expensive as your application escalates. As many services, they charge it by user, by lots of metrics. One of them is number of users, for example. And the problem with cloud services is that it's harder to integrate with your existing applications. And if we talk about Delphi, which is our favorite development tool, you have, of course, you can read the standard and try to implement it yourself. But we have the option of using TMS Sphinx, which is a library from TMS software that provides you with OAuth client and server capabilities. So TMS Sphinx is a way for you to create single sign-on servers with Delphi using OAuth standards. It's similar to, just for you to understand, if you know Identity Server, Auth0, it's similar. It's a way for you to set up and create a server. The difference is that it will be a server written in Delphi that you have full control of source code. So of course you can deploy whatever you want to deploy it, and you can customize and integrate with your applications. It's OAuth is compliant. It uses some ideas of OpenID Connect. And the point is that you have a solution that it's standard using OAuth. It's interoperable. It's because of that it's future-proof and it's secure. And some of the features of TMS Sphinx is that you have a users database, you have access control, you have all this OAuth flow that you saw implemented, and you have also the login page, all the user interface for that with the new user registration, email confirmation, multi-language, and features like password reset. So it's not only the OAuth flow per se, but all the infrastructure that you need around to really create a single sign-on application with all the going from the database with the data to the web user interface, and of course, since it's Delphi, with the ability of integrating with your existing users database, for example, to use your favorite database server, your favorite database access components, and you have the freedom of building your OAuth server the way you want, and of course the costs for deployment and infrastructure will be lower as well. So let me try to give you an example of how TMS Sphinx works. There will be, of course, no time to build one server from scratch or explaining every detail. So I will start with the existing demo application for TMS Sphinx that is distributed with the trial. You can download the installer of the free version, of the trial version, and run it for yourself. But the idea is that you have an API server, a web client, and a desktop client, and then show how to integrate everything. First of all, let me show you what this demo does. So we have an API server here, which is the application, right? There is no involvement with the authentication. It's just my application. And then we have this Sphinx server, which is the authorization application. And then we have, for example, a VCL client, which is the client application that will connect to the database. We connect to the application. So we have this check login status, user is not logged in. I will log in. It opens a browser to log in. It's important to mention here that you can open this login page inside your VCL application. It's possible, it's technically possible, but it's not recommended in terms of security, because this way the user can see the browser. There's lots of security implications, and one of them is that this way the user makes sure that it's going to a valid page. Of course, this is a test, but it will be your certificate here, your URL. So even Google, for example, recommends that you don't open the login page from inside the application, but instead use the default browser of the mobile or the operating system. So after I log in, the application is closed and the user is logged in, and this is a multi-tenant demo. It just shows the albums for Hans, which is the user logged in here. Okay, if you see that if I log with a different user, for example Mike, you see that there is this And Justice for All album here. If I log with a different user, there is a different list of the albums, right? So to explain here, we have 3 different applications here. We have the client application is a regular desktop VCL application, which is taking the album list from the API, from the application itself. It's just that the application rejects any request that doesn't have a token there, and that token must be generated by some valid authorization server. The point here, the OAuth gets into action when I click login, then I call the authorization server to do the OAuth process of authorization. And then it opens, the authorization server opens the web page, logs in with the user. Everything is being done by the authorization server. Logs in, checks for the user password. You saw that there is a forgot password. If optionally you can make the user register an account if you give that option. And then after all is done, the authorization server, the browser, goes back to the client here. The client is listening for a response, and then the response comes after all the OAuth flow finishes. The response comes with the user logging in, with access token, with ID token, all the information that is needed for the auth. And then with this access token, for example, the client application can finally call the API application, authenticate it, and authorize it with the permissions with the limited permissions, and the authorization server is not in action anymore. So this is a single sign-on application. You have an authorization server that serves tokens and logs in users for different applications. There is also a web client here, which is a web version of a simplified web version of the VCL application, just to show that the process is the same for web. So if I log in, I log out here. If I log in, it goes to the same web page. So now I'm logging to the web application. So using the same username and password, is still the authorization server here. After all the login is done, it goes back to the web application. It has nothing to do with the authorization server. So the point here is that you have four different applications here. You have the API server, you have the authorization server, you have the desktop client application, you have the web application, and you might have mobile applications, and everything is all the authentication and authorization and permissions are being managed by the OAuth server, and the application is built almost without knowledge of and requirement of knowing the user names or tables and passwords and things like that. It's just a matter of receiving tokens with permissions and accepting them. So let's see how, more or less quickly, how the code is structured here. I will not spend much time in the API server. It's just the application. It's built with Xdata, but you can build it in any language, any framework, Delphi framework you want, DataSnap, and even you can be written in a different language. It doesn't matter. All that it matters here is that since it's Xdata, you have this JSON Web Token here, that it's a Xdata server. It checks for JSON Web Token and translates the scopes to authorization, and it has a specific mechanism for authorization with using attributes. But if you're developing with a different framework or language, you just have to check for JSON Web Tokens, check if the request is coming with JSON Web Token, and if the content of JSON Web Token is valid. We didn't have time to cover JSON Web Tokens here, but you can find it online. It's just a token that gives access, contains valid information for access applications. And then we have the VCL client here, which is also just using that token to call the API. If you go, for example, to the code that asks for albums, It's also using Xdata client, get albums, but you can use HTTP raw HTTP requests. The important part is this, is that when requesting the API server, if there is a token, then it includes the token in the request. So if the user is not, the way to check if the user is logged in is just to check if there is a token. Because if there is not a token, you cannot call the API server. You can, but you get your requests rejected. So once you log in, we saw that the server gives you a token. With that token, from now on, you just call the API, your business API, your application API, passing that token. And the Sphinx part here is the Sphinx login component. Here you specify the URL of the authorization server, the Sphinx server, which is running locally here in the URL /tms/Sphinx, and the client ID. Remember that we have clients, applications in the OAuth standard. Here's the desktop client, and the scopes we want to ask. Sphinx makes it easy because once you have that configured, you just call Sphinx login, and it does all the process of launching the browser, waiting for the authorization server, for the login process to come, and then when it's finished, we have this event on user logged in. That is a callback when the login process is concluded, and then we can save our token and use the token actually to load the albums for the users. So this is the client in the application, and finally, all this is orchestrated, is made possible with the Sphinx server, which is also not very complicated. We have here some components. Since Sphinx creates and updates its own database, its own tables in your favorite database, if you're using MySQL or Postgres, it will create the user tables and password tables, the tables for the users, passwords, roles, etc. in your favorite database. So most of these components are for that, for the database connection, for the connection pool, etc. But the important part is the Sphinx config and the Sphinx server. The Sphinx server is where configures where the server will run, the URL and the database connections. And the Sphinx config is the most important part of the component. And you see that code is simple, it's just less than 200 lines of code. The most important part is here, where you configure the clients. You saw that we have a client named desktop. So here I'm telling Sphinx what are the applications that are going to connect to my server. So this is OAuth. It's pure OAuth. You have the allowed work authorization flows that you want. So I'm going to use authorization code, the redirect URLs, the display name of application, the scopes that I'm going to allow. Remember the OpenID and email. And here is for the web application. And that's mostly it. Of course, you have lots of small configurations here, as I said, for the database, for the language of the application, some customization. And here I have some integration. Here's an example of integration with my application. Here I'm creating the users manually here, but of course, in a more complex application, you can integrate if you want your users to get the valid users and passwords from your existing database. So you see that the username and password might still exist, but the difference that the user from that mobile or from the web application is not going to keep using the username and password all the time. Use it to log into a central server, which is the OAuth server created by Sphinx, and then from that it will use the proven mechanisms of getting tokens and things like that. Okay, we don't have much time here to cover the details. It's just for you to see that it's rather simple with a few lines of code to create an OAuth server with TMS Sphinx, and how it works in a real application, real demo application with the API server, how it interacts, how OAuth orchestrates this authorization and authentication with the Sphinx server, the API server, and the VCL client and the web client. And you, of course, also can have a mobile client here using the same process. Thank you for watching. I'm open.
Well, that was an excellent session. Wagner is one of those guys. I know a lot of developers and I meet a lot of developers. And Wagner is in my list of people I seriously admire because he's a very, very smart guy. I use actually his products in my own coding. You know, they're very, very useful. He's doing all sorts of things. We're just sending messages to him now because he is going to join us live for the questions and answers. He's just working out the camera and the audio, I think. Let's see what happens. Wagner, are you there? I feel like I'm holding a seance. Like Jumanji or something like that. He's going to turn his camera on in a moment. Okay, well, Wagner, as soon as you've sorted that out, and Martha, can you make that happen as well in the background? I pinned some of the questions. Oh, he says he can't do anything. Okay. Well, look, I'll tell you what, I'll read out the questions and you can type some of the answers in the chat, our little chat window there, if you can't make the camera audio work. I'm not being able to turn on camera or audio. Oh, I see. He says he can't do it. I think he's just disappeared. He's gonna... there we go. I think it's turned on now. There you go. Ha ha. I knew we'd get you eventually.
I had to do the old trick of closing and open the browser again.
Yeah. Try turning it off and on again. That's exactly how it always works, doesn't it? Your session's very, very popular, and as I've said before, I actually personally use some of your stuff. And Sphinx, I've had a look at it and do some. I'm working on a project, my own, project, not Embarcadero stuff, that uses WebCore, of course, which you also have a hand in, and Xdata and Aurelius in the background. So that's not what we're talking about now, but I've got a lot. Yeah, what can I say? I mean, I keep saying this before people say, "Oh, you talk about TMS a lot." Well, if they stop creating good products, then I won't talk about them. It's as easy as that. So your session had a lot of really positive comments, and I thought I'd pick on a few for you. Apart from this one, which is actually not about this session, but I'll just put it up anyway. Excuse me. Someone saying they're looking for someone to take them on as a student. So if you're out there and you're on YouTube, Ayokanmi Agbula is looking for someone to kind of mentor them. So please feel free to go on YouTube and say hi. And if you feel like helping he or she out, I'm not quite sure what gender their name is, but go ahead and message them up. Anyway, so someone, I don't know what the answer here is. I did nip out and get some coffee at one point. Is there access to the code examples at all, Wagner?
Yeah, sure. Actually, there's it's in TMS Sphinx. So if you download TMS Sphinx, there is the full demo there with the that I use it, the existing demo.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is don't worry about that. There's always someone in the background at every time we go live, and they always wait until we go live. Let me just pull this up. So I believe if I put this up here.
Yeah, I know that it's a complex topic actually. I all these distributed systems, it's hard to. I had myself a hard time in the last years, of course, when I was learning all about this. Because as I introduced in the beginning, now that everything is distributed, you have Facebook and you can log into Facebook from your mobile or your web application, and I see many people struggle with it on how to authenticate if they want to go to that direction. And unfortunately, I'm not a teacher like Alistair, Christie, or Holger Flick. So it's hard for me to explain things, and this is a complex topic actually. I myself had a problem understanding in the beginning, but
yeah, I mean it's OAuth is one of those things where when you need it, you really need it, And then you've got to try and understand how it works. And the big hurdle is learning how the thing works behind the scenes. And then once it all falls into place, then you've actually got to make it happen. And so it is a big hurdle. But I think Sphinx makes it a lot easier, I have to say. I understood your example, but perhaps I've got an advantage because I've written some systems before. Another question that came up, let me just find this. This was from Patrick Premata, who is our MVP, who's answering a lot of questions today in the chat and is going to be here all week because he's crazy and has no life, clearly. But he said, do you activate a personal SSL certificate for the OAuth, or does it work in HTTP? And you did answer, but I thought we'd just pick that one up again.
Yeah, that's a very nice question because it relates to the question from Lina that she also asked a similar question there, because in the OAuth communication, for example, when you say log in with Google or access my Google Photos, you have to go to Google, your browser goes to Google, and after Google or Facebook or GitHub or whatever does all the authentication and authorization for your user, it has to go back to your application to tell your application, hey, your user is authorized. If your application is a server application, that is easy. But in this case, it's a VCL application. So how does Google go back to your local VCL application? So it's a local server that it's run inside the VCL application. And it's the same for a mobile application, for example. It's a local server or a URL that goes back to your client application. There is no communication. Of course, Google doesn't go. It's not Google that communicates with your VCL application. It's just the browser where you're running the Google website. It goes to http/localhost. So your browser just calls the small server that is running in your VCL application. That's how you get feedback from the authorization.
Yeah, and actually that's one of the things I think is probably the biggest hurdle for learning for most people, is that actually there's an active connection between your app and something out in the internet or out in the world to enable that conversation to go on. It's not just like you're calling an API and then you get a response. No, it actually sends some information down. So it's a bit more of an active connection than just, pinging some web page and expecting a HTTP 200 or something. No, there's a conversation that goes on. And in fact, Lena was the person that asked about that. She said she had to call an API for a tax authority, and they needed to use OAuth. And she was saying, well, why have they maybe create a server? And that's exactly what you explained there. The server is there to get the response from that OAuth endpoint and hold that conversation that says, who are you? Prove who you are. Here's a package. You do some more response, and then we're all happy, and then the server is off and closes. So it's a bit more complicated than a lot of people think. That's it. We're getting a blip come up, so I think that means someone asked some question here. Let's just see what they've said. Oh dear. Okay, so that the new person who's looking for help says nothing is making any sense. Don't worry. For the next 20 years of your programming career, you will feel like that every single day. Don't worry about it. Not understanding what's going on is 90% of a programmer's job, I think, is why is this not working? And then, oh, now it's working. Why is it working? It's
working.
Yeah. So it's good stuff. So the Sphinx suite, is that sold separately by TMS, or is that actually just on its part of a package?
It's in the TMS package because it needs to use all those other packages to work properly, because you have to it creates your database with users and roles, and so it uses Aurelius, it's run over Xdata, so it doesn't make sense it's part of the package. Actually, that's a complement to Xdata. For example, if you want to build a REST API server with Delphi and Xdata, then it plugs in. It can be used separately, but it's a way to easily authenticate and authorize.
The system I'm working with has got Xdata, and then there is an OAuth in the background, but it's a kind of weird, not my fault, we're calling some API that someone else has provided, but they do a licensing authorization. That's why they have it. It's not just the users, but actual whether the person is entitled to use this entire package. And we use OAuth for that, a kind of OAuth. So there you go. An Xdata, yeah, it's great. Anywhere, where can I find, this is a question, where can I find code to make a server inside my app so I don't need to set up a web page for my app to download a text file? Oh, this is a TRNOD who earlier on said, I want to be able to download files secretly so the user doesn't know. And I said, what computer virus are you creating there? Because you're describing the behavior of a computer virus. But they did go on and say it's because they show messages in their program.
I follow it. I followed the conversation. If I don't know if it's he or she, but if he wants to don't want to have a server, you have to use a cloud services like Google Drive or something like that. But as someone said that, it's actually a little bit more complicated to upload and download a file to a cloud service like Google Drive than to have your own server. So, because you have to go actually through all this, what I show it here from client side, you have to ask for authorization, get some tokens, scope, etc. If you have a website with PHP or with Delphi, you can it's easier to upload and download a file.
To be honest, most hosting now for a very, very small site, something like DigitalOcean or something like that, is so cheap that actually there's no reason why you would use a cloud service for hosting files. It would be much more efficient to have your website host that file and download it that way. And in fact, as a developer, if I was answering the question that they were asking, I would say, well, store it as a HTML file. And then you just pull down that HTML file and display it in a browser window built into your app, and then you've got full control over what you show in there.
But actually, Delphi has this native S3, Amazon S3 components. Right. I'm not sure if it has for Google Drive or something like that. But for S3, Amazon S3, you can try the native components and upload the file there.
Yeah, and actually, we've got a session on that. That's from Appercept, who does that, Richard Hatherall. And in fact, later on today, on my Space Computer demo, I'm just watching the time, I actually use those components, but to talk to AWS Poly, which is a AI voice generation thing, but the same components actually talk to S3. I've used S3 myself for some things. It's a little bit scary because, there's buckets, and if you get it wrong, then you can accidentally expose some data to the world. And 9 times out of 10, when there's been some kind of data breach, it's because someone had a misconfigured Amazon server, because they're not very easy to understand, in my opinion. I prefer a plain old web server that I know how it works. I know where it lives as well. It's not in the cloud somewhere. With OAuth, actually, just to talk about cloud services for a second, because this is my own personal experience of trying to make something work with OneDrive. OneDrive changed the way that API worked recently, and it actually is much more complicated, even though they said they made it easier. And most components that I found out there to work with OneDrive did not work with the way they changed the system. So G Drive or Google Drive is a lot easier. But OneDrive, I don't know, they said they made it easier, but I think what they did was made it easier if you're a Microsoft application, because when I tried it with everything I could download, I tried a number of different OneDrive components, and none of them could work.
It's not exactly, I don't think they consider themselves as a storage API like S3. Is more like a service that they want you to subscribe to.
That's exactly the point. Yes, I hadn't thought of that. That's really what they're doing. They're trying to sell you their subscription service. Yeah. And people are saying there's a Delphi component for OAuth 2, but it doesn't have a way of listening for the HTTP callback. This can be done with, well, actually, Dave Green is saying that, and you're actually, Wagner has just shown a component that does everything you need. So, and it does listen.
I think he's talking about the native one, about OAuth in Delphi.
Yeah, well, they could use your components instead, and they're not exactly expensive. I think that if you're producing an app, the investment in the components is worth it. It depends on how.
The difference here is that TMS Sphinx is also mainly for the server side, for you to create your application and allow login. That's not available in the OAuth 2 component for Delphi. That's one difference. So there is a client and server. The OAuth one in Delphi is just for the client to connect to.
Right, yeah, and in fact, you know, if you're going to get it, there's a few different options as well, I'm sure. So it's interesting stuff. Okay, well, we're running short of time. I appreciate you. I'm not sure what time zone you're in. I think you're not that different.
3 p.m.
3 p.m. Okay, 2 hours ahead of me. It's 1 p.m. for me here. So not so bad as Alistair. It was like 3 a.m. for him. So, okay, well, it's always good to talk to you. I really appreciate your sessions. You are an incredibly smart programmer. You know, I've personally learned things from you, and I don't think I'm a slouch at programming, but I always say, hey, I'm just average. I just talk a lot. But, you know, I really appreciate it. You are one of the people out there who I actually admire for your coding skills. So it's good to have you on these sessions and to share the knowledge that you've got as well. So I really appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you very much. It's an honor. It's a pleasure to be here with you.
No problem.
And thanks for the opportunity. Thank you,
You're
everyone.
welcome. All right. Thanks very much. Okay, so that's Wagner Landgraf. I think we put his websites up and things like that. The next session is an interesting one because this is about Python, but actually using Delphi and Python together, and also using a product which is called Interbase, which is a database which is available from Embarcadero and Idera. Idera, our parent company, and Embarcadero, let me point to my badge, is the company that's sponsoring this. But we've actually got, later on in the live Q&A, 2 of the developers that work on this product. So if you want to have a Q&A with some developers who are actually coding on something impressive, stick around because they'll be talking to us later. So we're going to do this session now called Interbase Driver for Python by Priyathan and Lucas. Speak to you later.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Coding Bootcamp 2023 edition. In this session, we'll introduce the newly released Interbase driver for Python. So before starting off with the session, we shall introduce ourselves first. My brother Lucas and I both will be presenting this session together. Hey bro, introduce yourself.
Hey, bro. Yeah, actually,
Hey.
first, thanks for having me here today. And I'm Lucas, one of the developers of Embarcadero's Python ecosystem.
I'm Priyathan, and I'm Python developer and one of the developers of the Python Delphi ecosystem. I'm majorly part of the other Python bindings which we shall go through in a bit. So okay, let's go to the Interbase driver for Python. This project majorly lives on GitHub, and the link is mentioned here. We shall see what Interbase is first. So Interbase is it has a full features, all the features that anyone desires from a database, along with the edge of high performance and its ultra fast nature. So it's also encryptable, and it's encryptable to the core, if you see, where you can even have field level encryptions, which is helpful for you in login authentication procedures. So it's highly scalable, where you can build for embedded devices, mobile, desktop to servers, all the stack, all the kind of computing machines. So it's scalable to all the levels. It's relational and multi-platform SQL database, unlike the recent NoSQL databases, which are not relational. So, and Interbase has its roots right from 1980s, if you see. So it also comes with the commercial grade data security and the disaster recovery and change synchronization. Which makes it a reliable option, if you see. So it's a great option for developers who are looking, to embed a low-cost and secure database into your cross-platform application development. So it is also ANSI SQL, ACID compliant, and has a whole lot of extensive features. So Interbase now comes to the Python. So with this Interbase driver for Python, you can get all of that above features which Interbase has at the comfort of being a Python developer. So we are offering this as a Python package, so you can use Interbase as a backend to your Python applications. Full stack development with Python took off high tides recently with the famous REST API development packages like Fast API, Flask, and Django REST framework. So you can use Interbase database within your Flask or Django backend based full stack applications as a database. Okay, right? API docs for this Interbase driver for Python are currently live and are available over here in this link. Hey bro, let's show this docs for them once.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is the documentation. It's released very lately, and now you can take advantage of this Python package, and you can see all the user guide of all of the API of that Interbase driver. And
yes, this database events is a very good feature that they have introduced in the Interbase itself.
yeah, exactly.
Database events. Yeah, this is very powerful.
Yeah, this is the one. Database events. Nice. Yeah. And now let's take a look after Delphi VCL for Python, which we shall use to create some desktop GUI application to look how Interbase driver of Python can be used as part of the Python applications. So it goes well hand in hand better with other Python packages. So Delphi VCL for Python is also one of the Python packages that is a Python binding that we are offering as a wrapper for the VCL framework of Delphi. So it goes as much hand in hand with other Python packages similar with this Delphi VCL too. So first of all, let's take a look after what Delphi VCL so that you can see what's going on later in the demo. So Delphi VCL is used for creating GUI applications for Windows platform only. So it provides huge set of this GUI components from this VCL framework of Delphi and make it available to the Python as a wrapper. And each VCL component will be first of all wrapped in Delphi and then provided to the Python packages. So most of the components are wrapped and ready to be used. Like more of them are counting to be coming as the community requests and as we see the demand, as we see the requirement. So if you want to choose a cross-platform application development, then you need to go ahead with the Delphi FMX package, which is where Delphi VCL is for Windows only. So each component provides a extensive set of data attributes where and methods where you can have a specific behavior for that component as per the need of the situation. You can change their state and behavior. So their API documentation is also available, which you can take advantage of and create the GUI applications as per your requirement. This is one of the things which we want to share. And then there is something called as Delphi for Python Exporter. So this is one of the crucial offerings for this Python Delphi ecosystem that we are offering to export your Delphi designs to the Python projects. Yeah, D4P Exporter is a tool to export GUI applications design, as I said. You can get this D4P Exporter from the Get-It Package Manager, which is similar to the pip for Python package manager for the Python developers, and you can install it from there. where after that, you can make use of this Delphi's flagship UI design capabilities in order to save time in like writing code of design code, where you need to write that layouts or widgets, all that stuff. You can just drag and drop this in using this WYSIWYG, GUI designer, and you can use that preview capabilities, including the styles and previewing them before going ahead and exporting it. So this stuff is something which you can take advantage of that, and you can use this feature of linking event methods to various events, like on-click event and on-change event, and there are such events at this design time, so that you don't need to write that event methods schema kind of code in the Python application. You can just take the structure, export it, and you can start writing the business logic that you want to implement. So using this way, you can using this approach, you can scale your large scale Python GUI applications. So for Delphi developers, you can take your Delphi skills and offer a Python implementation of your application to have a larger audience reach of your application. So that, and also if you want to provide an open source applications using this Python GUI packages, you can make use of this exporter and do that. So we have a plan of providing this D4P exporter along with WYSIWYG GUI designer as part of the Python FMX builder in the near future. So we shall come back and do a session and webinar as soon as that's ready. So let's watch a demo with all this Delphi VCL for Python as a Python package, and exporter to export the application that is designed, and then after that, in that exported Python application, we shall use this interface driver for Python, and we can create a demo of that. Hey, bro. Right? So let's go ahead and watch a demo where Lucas will be demonstrating this thing for you guys.
Let's first talk about the interbase SQL script. So basically it consists of creating an embedded database, the Coding Bootcamp 2023. Then we create a table here, it's called employee, and it has many columns here. We have a generator. This will create a new primary key for each new record that we insert to this table. I'm inserting many records here, creating an index. This is cool because it can let us to search for the last name and the first name combined in columns, right? I have a procedure here. This is a search amp. This is will look for a record by searching using the input string here, and it will result in the amp numbers that it finds out, right? And basically this is all we have for the SQL script. After that, we need this batch script here to create the database itself. It will create the database file, right? So for this, we need the iSQL app available here. And make sure that you have installed the interbase before trying to run this code. We have this argument with -i. This is the input file. So we only need to pass that input file that we have just created. And let me run this code. So code cd files. Oh, ib cd files, right? Yes. So now let's run the create.db bat file. Fine. So it output this IB file here. This is the database itself. Okay. So once we have the database created, then we can call to the RAD Studio and design our application. So once in the RAD Studios, I have this sample project here, right? Forms. This is the list view form. Here we have a grid that will display all the records in that database, right? We have a search input box here. We can type strings here and try to search it on the database. We have some actions buttons here. We can add new records, edit selected record, or delete it as well. Then we have this entity view. This entity view will display a record and actually giving us the capability of editing or adding new records by filling out this edits here, right? So once we have this done, we only need to use the exporter. I can actually export my entire current project. This is the option that I will use. I only need to select a folder here where it will actually place all the result files. It will be Python modules, right? I'm not going to generate these as I have previously generated these files for this test, but then you only need to click in the export button and a confirm dialog will appear here. So showing the code here, actually we don't have any code in these forms, right? This is only the designing of the forms itself. Everything will be actually typed in the Python file itself, right? I have only added these events because then it will automatically export it to the Python files itself and create all these methods. So now we can go back to the Python part of this sample, right? And let's first talk about the connection itself, because we need to interact with the interbase database, this IB file here, right? So for that, we need first create a connection with interbase. And we are using the interbase Python driver for this intentional. So I only need to create a connection. Here you can find everything that you need in the interbase Python interbase driver available in the GitHub webpage from Embarcadero. But basically we have this connection with where we need to inform all the settings to connect to this given IB file, right? This is the database. I have the constants here where I have everything set accordingly. I have the DB name, that file name. I have the username. This is by default the CZBA, and the IB password by default is to master key, right? Here I have a path for my file, my database file, and I can set the dialect of my SQL scripts, right? So here I'm using the dialect tree. Once we have this connection ready, okay, one thing important here is that I'm sharing the same connection between all my modules, right? I don't need different connections in any other module here, right? I can share the same connection in my modules. So The first one I'm going to show you is the Python VCL interface. This is the application itself. This is where the Delphi VCL app is created, right? All these three Py files, including the PyDFM ones, were actually exported from this app here that we have just used, the export to Python app, right? So it generated all these files here. I only added it to my Python project. This is, as I was saying, the main one. This is the module that creates the Delphi VCL app. And then we first we display the list view form itself, right? So let's see what the list view is actually doing here. The list view, this is all the code we have for the list view. Let me try to explain very quickly for you. Okay, so the first thing here, we create that components that we have in the form itself, right? Because here in the form we have all these components here. They are all available here. So we need to make reference to them to be actually assigned when loading these props. These load props will use this PyDFM file. As you can see here, this has all the configurations for my form, right? So designing it here directly in the RAD Studio will output all these settings here without the needing of writing code, only to create my GUI itself, right? I only have the basics here. So after I load these props using the Delphi form file, I have reference to that connection, the interbase connection, right? So here I have a reference to the interbase connection, and I can use this cone variable to interact with the database itself. Then I have the grid config. This is only to create the columns of my grid, where I will list all the records that I have in that database, right? Here I set the column widths. I fill the grid, so I can type some logics here to fill the grid itself. It gives me a list of rows with tuples that will represent a record in the database, right? So I can format everything as I wish here. I have the list all method. The list all method will perform a select in my database, a select in the employee table from my database, right? So I can execute this select using a cursor from the connection, the interbase connection, okay? Once I have executed these instructions, this SQL instruction here, I can fetch all the records from the cursor, and then it will result in a list with tuples. Then I call that grid fill method that will actually fill out my grid. I have the list search. This will actually be used for that input search edit, right? So you can type something that you want to search for here, and it will use that procedure that we have defined in the SQL script, right? The search procedure. Then once we have retrieved the employees primary keys, we can actually search for all them by selecting them from the table itself, right? Then I can fill in the same manner. I can fill the grid, but only with that record that matches to my input. Okay. I have the form show. This is a Delphi form event. In this form show, I'm filling up the grid by selecting everything that I have in that table. This is a search, the search click, the btn search click. This is that button that will perform the search itself, right? If I have something as an input in that search edit, it will use it to try to search for records in my database. But if it is actually empty, it will list everything. The btn delete click, this will, if we have a selected row, right, it will delete that record by executing a delete instruction in the database. Then after executing a delete in the database, I need to commit to persist my chains, right? So I have the btn edit click. The btn edit click, if I have a selected row, it will open the entity view form and load all the record fields in my form. The same thing for the btn add click, but it will actually prepare an empty entity view and let you put anything you want to create a new record. Okay, so then the entity view. The entity view is this second form here, right? So here I will actually select a record in the database, and then I can modify it here, or then I can create a new record by inputting instructions here in this form, right? So the same thing here, I have defined my components here. Actually, this is all generated automatically by the exporter, right? So I don't need to type these instructions here. And the same thing for the form file. I only need to load the props. It will read everything from this form file here. And then I retrieve a connection reference, the interbase connection reference here, to be used in this entity view form. And following the methods here, we have the btn cancel click. The btn cancel click is an event for the btn cancel button that will discharge all the chains and then close my form, right? And I have the btn save click. The btn save click, it will validate my form first to check if every information that the user has inputted to my form is valid, and I can persist this in the database. But then I have two options here: to edit an existing record, or by creating a new one, right? So I need to first know if I'm currently editing or inserting a new record. Okay, and giving this option, I will call the desired method here, and after that I need to commit all my chains, right? So the do edit is this option here when I'm editing an existing record. What we do here is actually we get a reference to the cursor by using the interbase connection, and then we execute this update instruction in the interbase database, actually in that employee table, right? And we will update all these columns, all that columns that we have in that available in that table, with the information that the users have typed here, right? So then we update that record by executing that instructions. So we make a variable with the string that this is the script, the cycle script, right? This is a string with the instructions that we need to run in the database. And here we have the params. This params is all the contents that we have in that components in that edits, right? So after that, I execute this command by giving these params here. So this is a combination, right? I can pass the instruction itself and the params that will represent all these question marks here. Okay. So then we have the insert method. This insert method is the other option that we have here. This is for when we have we need to persist a new record to the database itself, right? But the same thing here. The difference that here we update an existing record, and here we insert a new record in the database. Okay, but the same thing. We have this cycle script. We have the params, and something important here is that I want to retrieve the generated primary key for that record in the database, right? So we have that generator, the amp no chain. This is a generator that will automatically generate a new primary key number for my new record. And after that, I can actually retrieve this new number by selecting this chain ID by giving my generator itself, right? So I execute this command and I run a fetch and see if I have actually in fact a new primary key available here. And if I have so, I run this edit to it will refresh, basically refresh my form, right? But now with my new information that was actually created in the database itself. So the fill form, it will only get the record, columns from my table and fill up my form with that information. The validate form, this is where we actually check for valid input data. The add itself and the edit itself, this is the two methods that we have exported outside this module and that will be used in the list view module itself, right? The add one is to actually create, it will fill the form, prepare the form for a new entry. And the edit itself is actually for editing an existing record. It will try to retrieve it from the database and fill the form with all the available information. Okay, so this is it. Let's run this code now. Right, and I only need to run my module, right? I'm using Python -m to run my module. This is my main module, right? This is where my VCL application is actually created and my main form is shown. So let's type this. Okay, and then my form actually was shown by displaying all the records that I have in the database itself, right? So this is all the records that I have previously inserted in my database in that script. So as we can see here, we have all these entries being inserted here. And then I have my form showing everything, right? So let's try something here. Let me add a new record. Let's call it Lucas Bello. The full name, I can type it here, right? This is a read-only input field. But I can select the hire date. I can give me a good salary, maybe my whole developer. And once I save this record, this form will refresh and fill in the ID that was generated in the database itself by this generator here, right? And the full name itself will be actually created too, because the full name, I think I didn't show this before, but the full name is a computed column, right? It combines the last name and the first name with a comma. So let me save this, and then we see that we have a new ID, and this is now persisted in the database itself, and I have my full name available here too, right? So I can close this form, the entity view form, and it will automatically refresh my list view form. So my new record is now available here. But if I need to edit this record, I can click in that edit button and give me an even better salary here and save this change by pressing save. So this is now persisted in the database, right? And if I close that form again, this record here gets updated as well. I can try to edit something here, but then I realized that I just inputted, a lower salary, so I don't want to do this. And then I can cancel this change. And by canceling, it will discharge my change and close the entity form. And I can search for the record here. I can type my name here and click in this button, and it will search for my record, right? And if I let it empty and click in that button again, it will list all the records. So this is the showcase that I have for you guys. One last thing, let me show you this GitHub web page here. This is the interface for Python driver. Okay, so check it out if you want. If you need more details in how to install the interface itself, or how to install the interface driver for Python itself, you can check it out here. Okay, so this is it. Thank you.
That's a nice and sweet sample, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually only a minimalist usage sample of Interbase, but you can take advantage of Interbase database's full features as part of this Python driver. So thanks for watching and see you again.
Exactly. Thank you. We'll see.
Oh, those two crack me up every single time. I just like, I work with them quite a lot on all sorts of things, and they always talk to each other in the chat. Hey, bro. It's quite endearing, and they always say, "Hey, Ian." Now it's time for the questions as well. And the two presenters that were on that are Priyatham and Lucas, and they're both here live now in the studio with me, or actually virtually in the studio. Hi, Priyatham, and hi, Lucas. How are you? Well, I think we're going to make you appear. There you go. We're in a little. Looks like we're on a quiz show, doesn't it? Looks like we're going to go for the $50,000 question or something. There we go. Yeah, it's hilarious. You two, I mean, love you. You're very enthusiastic, and I like the kind of camaraderie that goes on between you as well. You work very well together. As I said, I do other projects with you, and I know how closely you integrate. Great session. A couple of people were asking what it was and a few things like that. I did put tickers down along the bottom of the screen, and I'll just make a few more of them come up again. Let me. Here we go. This one. Yeah, there you go. So the stuff you were showing was actually for Interbase. Which is a
data, what we call it, database technology, database system. It's a database like MySQL and SQL Server that is available from Embarcadero. And if you scan up here now, let's see if I can point correctly that way. I have to look at my badge.
Yeah.
If you scan your QR code there, you'll actually go directly to the Interbase page, which will explain more about it. And actually, we've got loads of time to talk, so I'll talk a little bit more about Interbase. There are some sessions coming up this week. One tomorrow, actually, one of the last ones by a colleague of mine, Stephen Ball, who he's a Brit as well. And he'll be talking about a developer's guide to getting started with Interbase. So interesting stuff. Now, you did show some Python code there. In fact, quite a lot of Python code. And one of the MVPs spotted and said, "Oh, he's using Visual Studio Code. Well, why isn't he using PyScripter?" Was that just a choice, or is there something that PyScripter didn't do, or what was it?
Yeah, actually, I had other files there, right? I had the IB file and other files that I would like to show to people. So then I decided to use the VS Code only because I could centralize everything from my left side, so maybe it could get easier to show everything to
I'm
people.
sure the marketing director will punish you severely. I'm just kidding. At the end of the day, the thing about the ecosystem here is that, obviously, this is sponsored by Embarcadero. That's why I'm wearing an Embarcadero shirt. But actually, we do embrace lots of other ecosystems. Embarcadero do not directly sponsor a Python variety or whatever you would call it. Python is an organization all of its own, and we acknowledge how useful it is. There are millions of people using Python, and the same with Visual Studio Code. We're not going to pretend it doesn't exist. That would be ridiculous. But there are PyScripter is out there, and it's a very capable system as well. And if they scan that QR code, there you go. I'll point to it again. All right, there you go. Everything's mirrored on my screen. But if they go to the scan and the Interbase thing, they'll see that there. Right, so let me just hide that so that we're not doing that. Okay, so you guys have worked on quite a few other things as well, which I don't think we really touched on. For example, some user interface things and stuff like that. Is that right? Like Delphi FMX and Delphi VCL. Do you want to just briefly talk about those as well? Either one of you.
Yeah.
Go on, bro.
Delphi.
I mean, what is, if I didn't know, if I was a new user on the chat, what is Delphi FMX and what is Delphi VCL, and why would I care about it if I was a Python programmer, for example?
Exactly. The point is that the Delphi VCL is the Windows only GUI application development Python package. But as if you come to the Delphi FMX, right, you can create, one single code, and you can create any platform. You can develop the application for any platform. So as part of that, the thing is there is something called as Python FMX Builder, which is specifically we are making it viable or feasible in a easy way for any people to develop Android and, if possible, iOS applications in future, so that it's kind of where, and also we are thinking to make that maybe in future the Python FMX Builder as one of the go-to options for creating any means all the cross-platform application through that, embedded all the tools inside that and all. But at present, you can use any other editors or stuff and anything you can use and create the GUI applications using the Delphi FMX and Delphi VCL.
So I think, to summarize what you're saying then, that Delphi FMX, which is the kind of bigger of the two libraries, allows you to actually take Python and produce
Android apps with Python, which is actually a relative. I mean, there are a couple of other systems that allow you to do that, but not as comprehensively as Delphi FMX. Delphi FMX supports things like styles as well. So if you've watched any of the other sessions that we've got, and there's a couple coming up, I think, the styles are professionally designed graphical user interfaces, look and feels, or skins was the old way of referring to them. And
the most important thing is debugging.
Yes, debugging as well. So you know, which is a pain in the neck if you're doing things with Python sometimes. But this is the key thing, that you know, you can make an app look like it isn't a Python app. And I know that's kind of counterintuitive, but really, why are you writing a Python app? You're not writing it because you want it to look like it's a Python app. You're wanting to write an app because it's an app. That's really what it is about. And so if you want to create an app that is an app, then you want it to look as if it belongs on an Android device, or it belongs on Windows, or it belongs on Mac, or it belongs on Linux. And that's the whole point about the Delphi FMX, is it makes it look beautiful, and it does it for free. The skins that we're doing, or the styles that we're doing, are all free, and so is Delphi FMX, completely free. And FMX Builder is currently free. I think it is. That's right. It's free as well. So you know, the keyword there is free. So free tools for Python all round. It's the best price, isn't it? Free. And Lucas, you worked on the Interbase driver a little bit more as well. It's available on PyPy, that's right, isn't it? I think.
Yes. Yeah, actually, it's not available at PyPy, right? So you can download it directly, install it directly from the GitHub repository, or PyPy as well. So
right,
I think it's easier to, it's easier to install from PyPy, right? You only need to pip install Interbase, and it's all done. So it turns everything much easier.
Yeah, and the name for that to install for people that need to is pip install, and then lowercase Interbase, spelt the way we did it. In fact, I think I've got a ticker for it, because I have a ticker for everything now. You know that. Let me just go and have a look. I have the control, and poor Martha doesn't have any of the control. Let me see. Oh, do you know what? I don't have a ticker for Interbase. Oh dear, that's a shame. Okay, well, I do have a QR code, so that's the next best thing. So if they go to this one, if they scan this code there, they will actually go to the Interbase page. But just go to the Embarcadero page, .com, and then look for Interbase. It's under the products there. But it's a very interesting system. Like I say, we have got videos about it tomorrow from an expert, because Stephen Ball is I think he works on product management for that as well. So got some very unique features that other databases don't have. There's an IB2Go version, which is a kind of I get confused between the ones, because someone changed my mind about something recently, but it's a bit like SQLite, except you have to pay extra for SQLite for the encryption, whereas the Interbase one includes the encryption in it, and you pay a subscription, I think, or something like that. But Stephen will explain that much better than I do. So there you go.
Basically, it's
basically
recently you can see that this web application development using Python took off, so much because of its ease of development using the Python, right? So the Flask and Django and other recent fast API frameworks, right? So now you can use this Interbase as one of the database of choices, right? As part of the Python application development, as to access it from the backend. Like you can.
And the other real big thing, I suppose, as well is, and this is for Delphi programmers as well. Excuse me, is there is a library called Python for Delphi. And what that allows you to do is to run Python code inside your Delphi programs. So you can write a fully native Delphi program that can't, people can't open it up and edit it. It's an executable, just the same as everything else. You can code sign it, you can encrypt it, and all the rest of it. But you can run Python code. The benefit of that is you have all the speed and security of a Delphi app, but You have all the amazing amount of libraries available to you in the Python ecosystem. Python was released at the same time as Delphi. They're both as old as each other. They're both as mature as each other. But Python is obviously, it's a scripting language. It's a lot easier to get to grips with. But this year, in 2023, has become even more important because of AI. Because actually, the one thing that Python really, really does do well is AI, machine learning, and things like that. You've got so many examples that are already written in Python. If you go to ChatGPT, there's all the examples in Python. It's their primary language of explanation, shall we say. And you've got a lot of libraries like NumPy and a few others that do things that actually no other language does. And by having the Python for Delphi, then you can run those kind of libraries.
Yeah, actually, what you're saying, the point here is that what the choice of AI has in Python majorly not because it's Python, but because it has ease of having packages on top of it.
Right.
Python made what it made more what it made more good is not the language itself, but a support that it can have from the other languages. So that is why this AI and all stuff have been implemented on top of Python because of that large framework support. Extensive framework support.
Yeah. Interestingly, Martha, our producer, is saying she's not seeing our ticker. Well, I'm seeing it, so there you go. I don't know what's going on. Yes, I mean, this is like, I'm going to hide it now so it disappears. I think, you make the point there that it's the ease of consumption of libraries. I mean, you literally just mention it and off you go. You've got that library, and it is quite incredible. I'm a big fan of Python. I prefer Delphi. I would say that I'm the developer advocate for it, but
and you can use Python as part of Delphi now, obviously.
Exactly, and very easily. And actually, thanks to you guys, and thanks to a few others in the background as well. But what I would say to the people that are watching this live, when you're talking about developers, these guys are the real deal here. These are actually developers that do work on our internal projects and to do with Python and things like that. And they do things like Lucas and I in particular have spent an awful lot of time messing around with things like repositories and PyPy authentications and stuff like that. And he taught me a few things about it. I'm like, okay, I think I understand now, But if you are watching this and you want to know what developers look like, there's a bunch of three of us here who are all developers. And Kyriakos is another guy who's involved in this quite heavily as well, and a couple of others as well. But and Eli also, who presents, is involved in the Python stuff as well. But developers take all shapes and sizes, all colors, creeds, religions, countries. All three of us are in separate countries, and I'm not even in my original country of birth either. And that's the great thing, that it's a great leveler. I always say this because this question comes up every now and again where people say, about religion and war and things like that. And I always say, we only have one religion, and that's the language that we use, in the programming language. That's what we fervently, religiously believe in is the right one. And our politics are over things like tabs and spaces. Are tabs better than spaces? Other than that, it's not relevant. If you're a developer, not all of us speak the same language, but I think we all speak the same language when it comes to development. And good code when you see it, bad code when you see it, and when someone has got a skill or talent. And you guys have both got talent in spades. You definitely, you know what you're doing. It's great to sort of be involved in that in a small way. I just do the talking. That's my involvement in these projects. I get to look good without having to do any real work. So there you go. You're supposed to say no, Ian. You do lots. They never call me bro. You know that? They never call me bro. Yeah, I'm joking. I'm more like dad now, actually. I've got to the age where nobody calls me bro. They all call me dad or something. You know, what can I say? I remember being your age. It was a very long time ago. I had more hair then as well. Worn, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we've got not a massive amount of questions. Patrick has been answering lots of them as well. Patrick Prematin.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job in answering.
He does it every time. Every time we stream,
Yeah.
Patrick is on there, and Patrick actually streams live as well on Twitch. It's another guy I've got a lot of respect for. You know, streaming live coding is a special kind of scary. You know, because you and I, we all do our coding and record it, and if you make a mistake or something goes wrong, you get go stop the video, go and edit it. You know, and so it looks smoother than it actually is, but being a developer means making mistakes and getting it wrong and going, well, why is this not working? Oh, it's a typo. You know, there's a full stop in the wrong place or a comma or something. But Patrick does it live, and I watch him code, and he streams in French, and I do understand quite a lot of French, but not quite enough. I've learned from watching him stream because there are many words I don't understand that he says. But he calls our streams his English lessons. Bless him. I think it's funny. Streaming is an excuse.
There is an opportunity.
Yeah, well, actually, Patrick has said streaming is an excuse to code more slowly. I think that's funny. Yeah, probably right. I think that's on. Okay. Well, we've got a few more minutes. Is there anything you guys really want to sort of mention about the Python projects? I know this is kind of off the cuff question, but if you had you have the opportunity. We haven't got a huge amount of people live on the stream, but this has got 8,800 people and plus who've registered, and so this video is going to be seen over and over again. Is there something you want to say about the Python projects and Python in general to your audience?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I don't know. Let's first talk about the FMX Builder. The FMX Builder is actually, as we were talking about, it is actually to build Android apps, right? So I believe, actually, I have never seen some tool that makes exactly the same thing, right? Because we have live debugging features, and we are now introducing the hot reload, something that's actually very cool, right? So for the FMX Builder itself, there's a lot of things coming up, and the Python FMX and BCL as well. We have a lot of new wrappers that's still in the roadmap, but we're starting actually to produce this code now, right? So
Sure.
there's a lot of things, coming up.
Yeah.
Yes, there's something huge coming up in future.
Yeah. Well, actually, Patrick very carefully said in the chat the NDA moment, the non-disclosure agreement moment. I'm like, oh yeah, see, that's a good point. We always have to give a disclaimer because we're a public company where we say that anything that we say here is based on unreleased features and things like that. So we can make promises, but those are not necessarily promises because until something is released for general availability, it might not happen. So don't go and build your business based on us saying, hey, in the next version, you'll just plug it into the side of your head and it will create Python code for you. Which is obviously coming, but it's we can only say that there are things we intend to do and we want to do, and some things we intend to do and want to do and won't tell people because we want a bit of an advantage, but at the same time, this project is something that Embarcadero is very much behind and does support both financially and also with labor and skills and project management and hosting and webinar appearances and things like that. And you guys, you put a lot of effort into it, and I really appreciate it. Sometimes we have a little bit of friction about what's going on because that's project management for you, and someone has to be bad guy. Quite often it's me, but I really do for both of you, and I mean this for both of you, that we really appreciate what you do. you put a lot of effort in, and I know as a developer, I know how that works, and it's tough sometimes to be there and having to answer yet another question on GitHub or something from someone saying, "Why doesn't this work?" And it's because they just haven't read the instructions. That's how it is. Okay, well, we're probably out of time. Final moment for you guys to say goodbye. So thanks to you guys, and we'll say goodbye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
And we'll see you again soon, I'm sure, in the next stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're off for one of our guests has just messaged me in the private chat and said, "No, Ian, you do lots." No, I really don't. Actually, I try not to. Did you not see my first session that said how to be a lazy coder? I wasn't joking. But our next session is coming up, and we're bang on time. And this is going to be an introduction to XML Mapper. And this is by Roger Swan, who will be joining us live for the Q&A. I know because I've just seen him appear there. But we'll see you in about 30 minutes, something like that, and have a chat about it. Speak to you later.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you happen to be in this wonderful world that we all live in. I'm delighted to be making a small presentation as part of the Embarcadero Coding Bootcamp 2023. My presentation is going to be a brief, very simple introduction to XML Mapper, a tool that ships with Embarcadero products. Little bit about me. My name's Roger Swan. I started Seagull Controls Limited back in 1981, a long time ago. We do industrial control system design, working for various high-tech industries. We're based in the UK, actually in the southwest, in Devon. There's my website there. I started writing assembler language for the Motorola MC6800 8-bit microprocessor back in the 80s. And I've used a lot of Turbo C for MS-DOS, which was by Borland, which is a forerunner of the Embarcadero products. And then I discovered the VCL framework and have been an enthusiastic advocate of Embarcadero products ever since. I still do a fair bit of bare metal, i.e. no operating system, low-level microprocessor control systems design, but I spend a lot of time working with Embarcadero C++ and VCL and FireMonkey. I can't believe that my presentation will be so dull that you have spare time, but if you're interested and your mind is wandering, you might wonder why I called the company Seagull. Okay, we're going to talk about the tool XML Mapper. We're going to discuss what it's designed to do, and also, as a way of emphasizing this, what it definitely doesn't do. We'll talk briefly about XML files and their associated siblings, if you like, the schema files, XSD files. We'll talk about creating a transform, and then we'll use that transform to import data using a very simple example. And then we'll talk about converting the data from T-client dataset to FireDAC components. Actually, we'll use a FireDAC TFD mem table. Don't worry if you don't understand some of these terms now. That's the point of the demonstration. Hopefully you'll understand them all by the time we get through. Okay, so XML Mapper is an Embarcadero IDE plugin. It ships with Delphi and C++ and Rad Studio, and it's a design time tool. You use it at design time, and you use it to enable your applications that you're going to build to work conveniently with data in an XML format. It's available on the Get It Packet Manager, and you'll see that I recommend you make sure you're always using the latest version before you start to use it in earnest, and you can check that using the Get It Package Manager. Okay, so it allows you to make conversions between data in XML files and the Embarcadero component T-client dataset. The T-client dataset component is available in both VCL and FireMonkey, and in fact everything that we talk about in this presentation applies equally to FireMonkey framework-based applications or VCL-based applications. XML Mapper is not for use at runtime. It's a design time tool. Actually, what we're going to do in this demonstration is we're going to use the XML Mapper at design time to create a transformation file, and it's the transformation file that we use during for our application at runtime. XML Mapper is not new. It's been around for a very long time, shipping with the Delphi and C++ IDEs. And unfortunately, it's not especially well documented, and that particularly applies to those of us using the modern recommended technology of FireDAC for our database applications. Because XML Mapper was developed well before FireDAC was released, none of the documentation refers to using it with FireDAC. However, it's very easy to convert from data in the T-client dataset to, or at least not to convert, but to move it across to FireDAC components, and I will show you an example of that in this presentation. So we're going to use XML Mapper to create this transformation file at design time, and it's the transformation file, as I've said, that we will use at runtime. We can also use the XML Mapper tool to check the transformation file, and you'll see that we can actually load in genuine XML file data and confirm that the transformation file is doing what we expect. And having got that transformation file, then I'll show you a very simple demonstration in a runtime application, and that demonstration will be VCL based and written in C++, but there's only a very small number of lines of code in C++, so any Delphi users will be able to look over my shoulder and see exactly what's going on. And I remind you also that that equally we could have used FireMonkey rather than VCL for this demonstration. You've got your data in an XML file, but you need to know what structure the data in the XML file is going to take. And in many cases, perhaps almost all cases, someone will have defined, maybe it's yourself or maybe it's a third party, will have defined how that XML file is going to be structured. And the most common way of doing that is to use a schema file, which typically has the extension XSD. So if you take the example I've already referred to of a country's electronic invoicing, the country will have very accurately specified exactly the structure of an XML electronic invoice, and they will do that by supplying a schema file. The schema file doesn't contain any data, it just contains information about fields that will be in an XML file that complies with the schema. And it will also tell you about fields that are optional. So you may have an XML file with some of the data in it, and the schema file will allow the missing data because it knows that's optional. For this reason, when you're generating a transformation file, which you want to cover, you want to be sure that it will cover all possible XML files that you'll fire at it. It's much better to base the transformation on the schema file. If you do have an XML file and you're sure that it contains all the data fields that you will need, then it is possible to base your transformation file directly on that XML file. But this isn't really the recommended route to go. Just to remind you, if you open Tools, Get It Packet Manager, this is what you see, and you can see down the bottom here, XML Mapper is listed, and this will be the latest build number. You you can find that by selecting IDE plugins as the category to search in. So if you haven't updated to the latest version, you would click on install and update it. Having got XML Mapper up to the latest version, the way you start it is using from the IDE, Tools and XML Mapper. Okay, I'm going to run a video that shows how we use the XML Mapper to create the transform file. This is XML Mapper as it starts. If you go to Help, About, you can see the version number displayed, and it's wise to check that this is the same version as the latest available in the Get It package manager. We're going to create a transform file based on an existing XML schema file, which will typically be available from wherever you're getting the XML data from. So I go File, Open. I select schema files down here and navigate to the schema file that I wish to open. You'll see that it reads in the schema file, and over on the left-hand pane has two tabs. On the schema view, you can see a tree view of the schema file that we've just read in. On the document view, you have a tree view of the XML file that the schema represents. If we go right-click, bring up this menu, we can select all, which will select all the nodes available in the schema. Or we can use these two options to select individual sets of nodes or an individual item. The most common is that you need all the data that's going to be available to you. So we'll do select all. And it's populated this central pane with the nodes that we've selected. This central pane also has two tabs, and the Node Properties tab shows properties associated with each of the items in the XML file. So I'm just going to change a couple of these properties because these are all string variables in the sample I've chosen, and the default length is a bit small, so I'm going to change this from 31 to 50. I'm going to do that for each of the string variables. So I'm selecting them over the left here and then editing it. Remember, I'm using the Node Properties tab of this central pane. You'll see that I can also, for example, change the name of the field that the XML data is going to be mapped to, but I'm happy with how it stands at the minute. Having done that, I'm now going to create a data packet from it. So I do that by create data packet from XML, and you'll see that it's created a client data set equivalent of the XML data that we have. That all looks good. You'll see that these field names it's got here may look a little bit confusing. POIT, title, but that's actually the first two characters of the nested data that we have here, or of the hierarchy data, I should use the right term, that we have here. So POIT is here, POIT, and BOIT for books items is here. And if you wanted to, you could change the length of the abbreviation that it uses using this setting here. Having got an equivalent client dataset, the next thing I can do is create a transform, which is a way of specifying the way it's translating from the XML data that will be coming in to a client dataset. I can do that up here, but I can also use this button, Create and Test Transformation, which brings up a little test screen. And you can see here we have the data presented as a database record, and the column titles reflect those that we saw over here. Name, POIT title. And because there's no data file at the minute, it's populated this with just a simple test data of ABC for the strings. We can in fact open an existing XML file to test our transformation. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to navigate to where the XML file is, and here's one that I have. And you'll see that this has now populated it with some data. So we have in this XML file, we've got the author's name, Roger Swan, not a very famous author, that's me. A post title, which is XML mapper is good, and the summary of the post contents tells me that it still needs writing. And a book title, Introduction to XML Mapper, and a ISBN number associated with that book. So that all looks like it's working nicely. So now I'm going to save that transform file, and later on I'm going to use that in my application. So I do that by save, transformation, navigate to where I want to save it, and here's the file that I want to save. Okay. Okay, so we've got a transformation file now, and we know that it works with our very simple XML data file for our demonstration. What we need to do now is get that XML data into our FireDAC system so that we can process it, save it to databases, search on it, edit it, whatever. So XML Mapper generates a transformation file, and we can use that in a transform component that transforms the data into a T-client dataset. T-client dataset's an older component, predates FireDAC, and has many similarities to the FireDAC T dataset components. It has one other feature though, in that it will support nested datasets. So a T-client dataset field can contain another T-client dataset. This is not possible in FireDAC, but it's very easy to convert from T-client datasets into FireDAC datasets. And when you run across a nested client dataset, as you may do in very complex XML file structures, all you have to do is treat the field as a separate table and use exactly the same method of moving the data across as we use for a single T-client dataset. So I'm going to show you a runtime application that uses that transformation file that we've just created. We will use the runtime application to load in the records from the XML data files. I've got two very simple XML data files to use for my example, and then we'll display that data that gets loaded into the T-client dataset. And as part of the same application, I will then also copy that data into a FireDAC mem table, TFD mem table, and in the same application we'll also display the data that's in the TFD mem table. I think before we talk about how we do it, it makes good sense to see the simple application in action. So I'm going to run a video that shows just that. This is the application in action. So just to remind you, what we're going to do here is we're going to read in from an XML file, or actually from two different XML files which each contain a data record that we want to, in a real life world, we'd want to do some processing on or storing in a database. We read it into a T-client dataset, and because many people out there will be using FireDAC, which is the modern way to interface to all ranges of databases, I will also demonstrate with this application the conversion from the T client dataset to an FD mem table, a FireDAC mem table. And exactly the same principles can be used for any of the FireDAC components once you have it in the mem table. Okay, so when we start the application, this is what we see. If I load in a file, you can see that we've got the same data that we had as we were using to test the XML transform that we created using XML Mapper. So here's the author, here's the post title and content, and the book title and ISBN. Now this grid at the top is showing the content of the T-client data set that we filled from the XML file using the transform file the transformation file that we generated. There's no actual use of XML Mapper whilst we run this application. It's just using the transformation file that we use the design time tool of XML Mapper to make. The lower grid, this contains the data held in the FD mem table. You'll see that it's the same as the upper grid. So what we've done is we've used our transform to read in an XML file. We've got the data in the T-client data set and we're showing it in this upper pane, upper grid. And then we're also then transferring that data to the FireDAC TFD mem table and we're showing the data in the bottom grid. I've got another XML file with different data in. I can load that in. You'll see that it's updated the data in both the client data set shown here at the top and also the FD mem table shown here at the bottom. Now I can actually append the records in the FD mem table. So if I now load the original data back in, you'll see that it's loaded it back into the T-client data set, but this time it's added it to the TFD mem table as a new record. And this may be one thing that you'll commonly want to do with data that's presented to you in an XML file from some other source. Okay, so you've seen the application in action. Let's have a look at how we achieve that result. So here's the design time view of the main form, the only form in the application. The components along the middle here are all Embarcadero standard components used for data manipulation. So there's a TXML transform component, and that does the job of converting data in an XML file into a format ready for the client data set. That XML transform file component uses the XML transform file that we generated at design time using XML Mapper. That passes its data into a T-client data set, and then we display, as we saw, the data in the T-client data set in this upper DB grid. And to do that, we link the T-client data set to a data source component, and we link the grid to the data source. But we also want to get the data into FireDAC, and we do that using an FD batch move, and the FD batch move gets information about what data to move using an FD batch move reader and an FD batch move writer. So these three components in the middle are used to take the data from the T-client data set and put it in an FD mem table. I've used an FD mem table. Once you've got it in an FD mem table, it's very easy to move it to another FireDAC table. Equally, you could move it directly to another FireDAC data set, an FD query or an FD there are many components that are derived from FD from a data set. Having got the data into the FD mem table, we then want to display it in this bottom DB grid, and we do that by linking the data to a data source and then linking this grid to the data source. So this is exactly the same approach as we used to move the data to the top grid, but this time we're moving the data down to the bottom grid. Let's have a look at some code. Okay, here's a subset of my code, and I'll just define a few string constants. I've got all my data in a directory, and I define two different source file names. These are the XML data files, and I've just called them XML, source XML1 and source XML2. And I also have the transform file that we created by using the Excel mapper, and this is a full name of the transform file here. And this is a key line. So we take the XML transform component, it has a property called transformation file, and we load it with the transform file. And this line needs to be done before we use the XML transform component. It could be done at any time. It could actually be done at design time if you're only going to use the XML transform component for a single XML incoming XML file. i.e., you only ever have one transformation file. But it's much more likely in a real-world application that you'll have several transform files to accommodate XML data coming from different places. So you just need to set up the transform file to match the data you're going to use it with before you use the transform component. And when I press the load button to load in the data from the source file, load button 1 loads in the data from the XML file number 1, sample data I've got, and I used a function to do that. And what that does is it passes the name of the XML file we want to load from, and we simply we set the property of the transform component, we set the property source XML file to the file name that's containing the XML data we want to transform. And then all we do is we take the client data set and we set the XML data in the client data set equal to the XML transform component data. And when we do that, the client data set will magically contain the data that's been transformed from the XML file that we have started with. Job done. Not quite, because we also want to get it into the FireDAC table, if you recall. So I'm going to, if we're not using append, and providing the FireDAC table is empty, the very first time it won't be active, then we clear the FD mem table for whatever old data it has, and then all we do is we use the batch move component and we just execute it. We've set the batch move up component up at design time, if you recall, to point to the client data set and to move the data to the FD mem table. So that call of execute is all we need to do to get the data across. That's the only code there is. So I'll just go through how we set some of these components up. So when you click on a component in the VCL IDE, you have an object inspector visible, and that's where you set properties and indeed assign events to the components. So on this screen, I've snapshotted the object inspectors for the components that we're talking about. So this is the bit that updates the top grid. So we need to take the data from the T-client data set and we need to get it into display it in this top grid. So for the data source 1 component, all we do is we set the data set for the data source 1 component to our client data set. That links the data source to the client data set. All the other settings are their default settings. And for the DB grid one, which is the actual display component up here, all we have to do is set the data source to our data source 1 component. That links the DB grid to data source 1. So with these, and all the other settings are left at their default settings. So by just setting those two values at design time, we provide this link, and the data in the client dataset is magically displayed in this grid. Now we'll talk about the three components that move the data or copy the data from the client dataset into the FD mem table. So that's these three components across the middle. So the dataset reader, all we have to do for that is set up link it to the client dataset. So we make a link between these two components by setting the dataset property of the dataset reader to client dataset 1. The FD batch move, all we have to do here to set up is to set the reader to the dataset reader, and to set the writer, which is where the data is going to be moved to the dataset writer. The rest of the values here are left at default values. And then for the dataset writer, we make the final link between the dataset writer and the FD mem table by setting the dataset to FD mem table here. So these design properties here make a link between the client dataset and the reader, between the reader and the batch move component, the batch move component and the dataset writer, and then finally the dataset writer to the FD mem table. So you'll recall that all we do in the code to effect this moving of data from client dataset to FD mem table is called the execute method of this FD batch move component, and all these design time settings ensure that that simple one line of code is all we need to do to move the data across. It's the kind of thing that makes you realise FireDAC's really good. And finally, we need to display the data in the FD mem table onto this grid, and this is exactly the same mechanism as we use to get the data onto the top grid. It's doing the same job. So for the data source 2, all we do is we set the data set that it's linked to the FD mem table, and for the DB grid all we do is set the data source to data source 2. So that forms the link for the data moving in this direction to the display component. If you feel a need to actually get hold of the source code and run it yourself, it's available on a public github.com repository, that long URL there. Feel free to go and have a look at it. The XML files, the schema files are all up there too. Okay, if anybody was wondering, it's called Seagull. It's logic spelt backwards, so there we go. And I never mentioned it before, tried to keep it under covers, but when I'm not programming, my other hobby is playing the French horn, and there's a picture of me playing my natural horn. Great, I really appreciate you taking the time to watch the presentation. I hope it's given you a feel for what XML Mapper can and can't do, and I hope it's shown you how easy it is to get from T-Client dataset components into the FireDAC framework. There's loads of other good stuff in the Coding Bootcamp 2023, so make sure you keep watching my colleagues' other videos, and yep, that says it all. Thanks for watching.
There you go. Some kind of technical glitch went on there. I don't know. I disappeared into the matrix. Yeah, it was good. It said, Ian, your camera's off, and are you there? Yes, and I don't know why the camera's off. Sometimes when I type in other windows, I think I accidentally press key combinations in our studio software, and I don't know. I'm probably broadcasting to Mars or traveling to the future or something like that. Anyway, the good news is that Roger is with us live. Hello, Roger.
Hi, everybody.
Whee, there you go.
Oh, there we go. I'm
actually
on the picture. Yep.
You mentioned that you had your Embarcadero MVP show. You just do that a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, it's backwards. Yeah.
I have to say something about this. All the MVPs, or majority of the MVPs, got an MVP shirt. The only one that never got an MVP shirt was me. I never got one. I have my own suspicion there, Ian. I seem to recall when they came out, they were only available in medium or small for some reason, and I went for a medium, and the medium is really small. Yeah, so I would need I'm 6'2". I'm a pretty big guy, so yeah.
But it's nice to have, and it keeps you warm on a winter's night.
Well, when I used to be a DJ back in the days, I remember going to one wedding, and I was standing behind the record decks, and everybody kept walking past me and giving me funny looks, and I'm like, what's the problem? What have I done? And I didn't have my glasses on, and I had no beard. I looked like this, shaved hair and all the rest of it. And eventually someone came up to me. This was at a wedding in a hotel, and they said, can you tell me when the DJ's arriving? I said, I am the DJ. She said, we thought you were security. She thought I was a bouncer. I am 6'2", so, I'm a little bit intimidated sometimes, but look at my smiley face. How could anybody be scared of that? That's how it is. So the good news is you kept asking me how many numbers that were there. Nobody went, and in fact, we gained more viewers. So you did good, despite XML being not the most thrilling, exciting subject compared to, I don't know, space computers or something like that, which is the ones I always go for. I always go for the sexy ones and the things that get people going ooh and stuff like that. Really good explanation. We did get a couple of questions, and actually more came up during the conversation. What's Patrick saying there? Yeah, Miguel Angel Moreno, who actually is also an MVP and also worked on this project, and I think has got a presentation at some point. Miguel, haven't you? Yes, Miguel's got another one on the August the 17th about exactly the same subject. So if people don't know how XML Mapper works by the end of this week, then we may as well just all give up and go home. So there you go. Roger, you're going to type your code. Can you grab your URL so that I can paste it into the chat at some point, because you won't be able to put it in the chat. It will stop you from posting links. So
okay, yeah, I thought I'd sent you that, but yeah, I can. Let me just I can do it. I can do it, trust me.
You can? Okay, well, go ahead. Good luck. Usually when you guests type in URLs, some YouTube or something monster wipes it out, but good luck. So we did have a little bit of a chat behind the scenes about, and because this was a question that someone asked about, is there an equivalent thing for JSON mapper? And the answer is no, there isn't one at the moment. There have been some suggestions that there might be at some point in the future. And the disclaimer we always give is that anything that we might say about future facilities or features in any of the products is subject to change. Until the general availability of the product, we can't possibly say whether something will come on or not. And actually, Miguel is going to send me the repository URL via Skype.
Yeah, there we are. I've just sent it you, I believe. You should find that, Ian, on the private chat.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I shall shun Miguel's and make him feel very unhappy. There you go. So that is the Git repository. Thank you, Miguel. I'm glad you're listening as well. And I'll be talking to you later on this week. So the question was about whether there was an equivalent thing for JSON, because JSON is obviously quite an important product. At the moment, there isn't one, but you made some very good points about JSON, that you could actually do it in different ways. Is that right?
There's been quite a lot of webinars from Embarcadero on the stuff they introduced, I think in 11, or might even have been 10. Yeah. Allowing you to pass the JSON text files of JSON structure fairly easily. And so for simple JSON, the tool may or may not be an equivalent tool to XML Mapper, may or not be so necessary, if you like. I think the real,
for example,
yeah, exactly. But the REST debugger is more about testing the data transfer.
Yeah.
But there are some components in there, and I'm sure that I know because I've sat through them. There are webinars out there that were very interesting for JSON users. There's one that JSON's quite flexible structure basically, and that has pros and cons, of course, when you're working with it. But for very simple, small amounts of data, it's perhaps a good choice. One of the things that's sort of driving the XML forward still is that it does provide the schema approach, which I touched on in the presentation there. And the schema is a formal way that's very accurately defined the structure of a schema that specifies exactly what the data in the corresponding XML file can contain, and also what it can't contain. Because if it contains anything that's not in the schema, the jargon term is it's not compliant, but therefore your software is entitled to not handle it very well. Even, I mean, it would be nice if it doesn't fall over, but you certainly not handle the data that's in there if the schema doesn't specify it. So one area that where that's employed is this electronic invoicing. Many governments in the world, actually, strangely enough, it's further advanced in some of the Latin American countries than some of the European ones and the States. But the governments are producing schemas that are very complex documents because they cover all sorts of possibilities that an electronic invoice can have. And it's getting to the point where if you want to work for the government, you have to submit your invoice according to that schema. Well, if you haven't got the ability to do that, you're not going to get the job, or you might get the job, but you won't be able to charge for it.
Well,
that's the type of application where the XML mapper does come into its own.
Well, Helios, which is, I've just put up a question, or not a question, but more a comment, really. Helios says that in fact is a very nice and useful presentation. Thank you, Roger. And they then follow it up to say, actually, it's something they've needed for years. And I think this is the point that XML is one of those things where you go, oh, it's data and but actually, the thing about being a developer is that you spend an awful lot of time playing around with things that are not terribly exciting. I mean, user interfaces and things that go whoosh and click and bang and pop are all very exciting. But the reality is, as a software developer, the majority of your time is spent converting data, processing data, reading it, writing it, and updating it. So whilst it may not be the most glamorous thing in the world compared to some graphics library or a sound generation library playing the sounds of a natural French horn, for example, which are the sonorous tones is what I'm looking for. It is actually key, as you say, to many places, and particularly in Latin America. And we have a very strong following in Brazil, for example, extremely strong. They're like one of the biggest regions in the world. Japanese are also very strong, oddly enough. And I don't know, it's something to do with the way they historically promoted the product. But Latin America, very definitely a very strong showing there. And yes, that is something that they come across.
Okay, Helios, it's nice of you to make your kind comment. Just one thing I would say is that something I needed for years is your statement. But actually, as I pointed out in the presentation, it has been around for years. It just hasn't had much publicity, and it's tucked away in the tools menu where you might not think of looking.
It's been the Cinderella tool of the product. Yes. That's what it is. There's a few of them around.
A little bit.
The other one.
Having said that, the older versions until recently, it has lagged behind a bit, and there's been some aspects of XML that it's less strong on that have, and so that's another reason why I emphasize, if you're going to start using it, everybody, make sure you download from GitHub, and maybe, like always with all software, keep checking that you're using the most up-to-date version.
This was an MVP project, am I right? I think I believe that it was MVPs that actually worked on this particular project. Is that right? He's zoned out, you see.
Well, I have a problem with NDA. I thought we were under NDA.
Okay. Well, I see what you mean. I don't think that it's secret about that, but yeah, okay. I mean, I thought that the
I think when we signed up, we weren't supposed to admit that it existed. So
see my little badge there, this one.
Yep.
I tell
you, you explain. You feel free. Do feel free to explain what's going on. They can
go and drag me off. I'm pretty certain we can talk about it. So I'm sure actually Mark has probably mentioned it as well. Has never been great. Miguel doesn't seem to think it's. I managed that project, so I guess I've just released it into the world. Okay, so a couple of questions. Can you convert a JSON file to an XML file? You can't with this tool, but there are ways of doing it. So the answer is no, not directly. The other question as well that I don't know the answer to this, so maybe you could answer this. Can the XML mapper write to a certain cell in an XML file as well? That's not
okay.
Really
there's two questions there. I'll just comment. I think the JSON to XML task sounds easy, but one of the without an XML schema, you need to find some way of defining exactly which bits of the XML definition you're going to use to store your data, and there are at least several, could be lots of ways of doing that. So the JSON to XML sounds a trivial task, but actually to specify exactly what you want the XML file to look at would require a bit of design. So any such tool is not quite as trivial as you might expect there. And having said that, I can't remember what the other question is, Ian.
Can it write to a certain cell in an XML file?
I think the way you do that is exactly the same way that you would write to a single cell in a database. You would read in the record, you would edit the record, and then you would write the record back as an XML file again, rather than actually editing it at the text level, I think. So yes, you could. That'd be the way I would tackle that problem.
Yeah, and actually, Miguel is another person that is associated with this project, and he has come back and saying basically the same thing. Unfortunately, XML mapper documentation has never been great or detailed, and I think that's absolutely a fact. I did actually put a QR code up to the documentation, so it's up in the corner there, and I know I'm pointing to it correctly this time because I'm pointing away from my badge, and it takes a little bit of getting used to. But if you scan that, you'll go to the documentation link for the XML mapper docs. But yeah, we're aware that it's a little bit lacking, and we want to improve on that. The other thing is there's no documented way to use XML mapper with FireDAC until now, is what Miguel says. So you guys know more about this than me, actually, funnily enough. I use FireDAC, but not that often in comparison to some of the other things I do. I work on some very weird projects, development projects, and funny enough, FireDAC doesn't come up that often on this particular project.
Yeah,
I'm stuck in it.
So the XML mapper, as it stands, reads data into T-client data sets, or at least the transform that you generate with the tool does. But it's, as I showed in the video, it's a very easy step to move the data across from the T-client data set to FireDAC. So strictly, it doesn't support FireDAC, but that's absolutely no barrier to using it with a FireDAC application. And I'm sure everyone knows that FireDAC is the tool of choice for using databases from quite some time ago now.
Yeah, and actually, someone was saying when they asked about the JSON mapper, the thing about JSON is that there are actually lots of libraries that will convert to and from objects and JSON objects as well. So actually, in some ways, you can already do more natively with JSON because JSON is a more kind of nebulous thing rather than XML, which is more intended like a data set. So XML tends to be either some structured text type data like a XHTML type thing, or it is actually a data set. JSON can be objects, and XML isn't really quite the same thing. Comparing the two, yes, they are similar, but they're not identical. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but they have crossover, but there are some parts where they diverge. The key thing for me that I like about XML, as you point out, is the mapping and the fact that you've got this document that documents the XML. That's probably the layman's way of saying it. So that you can translate those columns and say, this column here should only have this in, it should look like this, it should perform like this. All bets are off. You can pull in a JSON object that is supposed to be an employee record, but it could contain, a recipe for rabbit stew or the list of fishes that can kill you that are bigger than 6 feet long, because there is no kind of equivalent of an XML schema in JSON, and actually it can be a problem. But it is widely used, and that I think that's a side effect of it being based on JavaScript. JSON is a JavaScript object notation. That's where that acronym comes from. So good stuff. And you asked me as well in the chat where people are coming from, and I said all over the place. Well, just to make you feel happy, hello from Ecuador. So Ecuador, we've had literally today Libya, Ecuador, and then the Netherlands, which is not quite as far away from you. I mean, you could almost swim there if you're a very strong swimmer. Where are you based? You're based in England.
We're in the southwest of England, a lovely part of the world.
Oh, so you don't want to swim to the Netherlands then, because that's actually quite a distance from you. You'd have to go round the bottom and around. But I'm a London.
That's quite a busy shipping lane to swim across. I stick to
Oh, see, we'll start going all British, and everyone will freak out if we start to go. I was born in South London, actually. I was born in Woolwich, so when people start, I live in Dallas now. I'm married to an American. I'm an American citizen, but as you can tell by my accent, after 14 years, I still haven't lost it. I still sound relatively British. I occasionally slip up and say a few American things, but it's fun. Okay, well, plenty of chats going on, and surprisingly, we did quite well for the time. Martha, we've got a gap of 8 minutes. I don't know whether she's listening.
Okay, I just would like to point out Helios' comment there that he's saying the financial transactions in Croatia are now on XML using schemas. So there we are. Thank you, Helios, for that.
Right. So there you go. I mean, that's a case in point, really, where we were talking about really the driving force being finance. Of course, it always is. But it's an exchange format, and that's really the main point about this, that XML is used as a way of translating, transmitting data around where it doesn't rely on some underlying database technology to drive it. If you were to store all this information in a MySQL database, for example, you would need another MySQL database, probably of the same version or similar version, with all sorts of other settings to be correct, so that it's using, say, the same language settings. Otherwise, when you read your MySQL data in, you'll get weird characters appearing if it's come from Japan or something like that. Whereas XML ensures that the data between the two is, first of all, easily transmittable. You can even zip it up and email it if it's small enough. And, it can be held on almost any server without any underlying database server. You're not going to use it as a relational database, but you could.
and that's the thing. That it's a data interchange format that is agreed on. JSON not quite so well, and that's the difference. I think you cover that pretty well.
Yeah, and also you can get editors that have a plugin or designed to support XML, which displays it on the screen in a nice user-friendly indented approach. That's another advantage. They may do that for JSON too. I don't know.
Yeah, Joe Carney. I haven't Googled this to check what they're saying, but Joe Carney says JSON was invented by Google to reduce the overhead of XML. Was it? Okay,
yeah. Well, I'm not sure who invented it. There is an argument that XML is a bit verbose, and certainly for simple amounts of data compared with JSON, that argument would be sensible. These days, with ever increasing bandwidth, it's arguably less important. So,
yeah. And
are all of the FD components discussed and presented available in the Pro version? Ian probably knows the answer to that. But whenever you've got any doubt about that, what you need to search for in Google is the feature matrix.
Right.
And it took me 5 years to know what the right thing to find that page. That's always there, but always hard to find in any new version. So if you search Embarcadero feature matrix and then the latest version, that's a useful tip from me.
I can do better than that. What I will do is I will go to our little captions thing, and I'll go in here and I will add one to here and say like this, and then add, and then see it's like this. And there's your feature matrix. So if you go to that URL, then you will get the feature matrix. The answer is that the Pro version does do local databases. Are these FIDAC components that can do this? I honestly don't know the answer to that question. But the feature matrix does talk about FIDAC components being available in the Pro version, but they are only for local database connectivity, not client server. Now, the question is whether someone somewhere has decided that being able to handle XML is a client-server function. I actually don't know is the answer. So go on the feature matrix and look it up, and then come and let me know is the answer. But it generally, the Pro version is very capable, and it's not like a crippled version. It's an appropriate version for certain people's level of connectivity requirements and things like that. But once you start looking at big client-server databases, or even medium or small client-server databases, then that's when you need to be looking at the enterprise version, and you've got everything you need with the enterprise version. Architecture is even further on from that because it's got modeling support, I think, and a few other things as well that I would personally not use. So there you go. So we're doing well, Roger. We thought we would have bags of time left over, but actually we've only got 2 minutes left. So we've done very well, I think. Let me just hide that. Let's get rid of that, and let's go to the chat. Make sure we've covered everything. Yes, I believe.
Okay. Well, I probably ought to. If we're winding up, I ought to just reply to the question about do you need to inhale to play the natural horn. And it's all about breath control. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah. Well, actually, I used to play the trombone, and
we all know. You all know.
So the weird thing is, people always go, "God, you've got a very loud voice," and I have. I'm probably a little bit deaf as well, or mutt deaf, should I say? But actually, it is about the fact that I played it from a very young age. And one of the exercises that you have to do for playing a brass instrument, as I'm sure you know, Roger, is about controlling diaphragm and being able to expel air in a way that's controlled and forceful. Plus, I've been a DJ and voice actor and a few other things as well. So I project anyway. But I think I personally blame the trombone. That's my. I'm sticking with that because it's the same thing. You've got this slide, and it's not. There's no little valves or anything like the trumpet players. They got it easy. They can choose the notes, whereas with the natural horn and with the trombone, it's a little bit more hit and miss, and I feel like it's more skillful, don't you? Yes, the embouchure. That's the one. Yeah. Excellent. Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate your session. Very helpful, and I like the map behind you as well, which I always comment on when I see it. And I'll be talking to you soon. But now we're going to go on to the next session. Don't worry Don't panic, Martha. But I'll say goodbye to Roger. Thanks very much. And right, the next session is, let me have a look. I think it's me. Yeah, so what do you know about this particular session? A long time ago, when we were trying to talk about Skier for Delphi, we wanted to show off some of the capabilities of Skier for Delphi before anybody really knew what it was. And we have actually announced on the blog about some of the forthcoming features we're hoping to put into the next version of Delphi. One of those is Skier, Skier for Delphi. So the excitement that this particular demo generated the first time I showed it really went to everybody's head, because yeah, it was kind of cool and nerdy, as you'll see when you see my video. But I also wanted to add some AI into it. So it is a kind of replay of part of what we did before. I re-recorded it. It's a new video. But I added some extra features using some components that are from one of our speakers this week, Apercept, Richard Hasrell. So I actually used some AI to do some computer voice. You'll hear it echoing around and things like that. But this is what it is. So it's about Skier for Delphi. It's a very cool presentation, even though I say so myself. And it's going to start now. And I'll be around for questions afterwards, and then we're done for the day. Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world and whatever time you're watching this. Maybe you're catching this live or you're catching this on the replays. Welcome once again to Coding Bootcamp 2023, Learn to Program. Today, we're going to be creating a space computer again. I did this session a couple of years back, and it was immensely popular. I don't know why. Perhaps, you know, it hits a nerve with some of the developers, shall we say. I couldn't possibly comment. I'm not a geek or a nerd or anything like that. Oh no. Maybe I am a little bit. But anyway, this is really to just show off some of the capabilities of a product called Skier, and also Rad Studio as well, and what you can do with it. My name's Ian Parker, and I am Embarcadero's developer advocate. You can catch me at ian.barker@embarcadero.com. That's my email. Or you can follow me on Twitter or X, depending on what we call it now. You know, it's changing. But @punctuation is my handle. And you can also follow me on about.me/Ian Barker, where you can find all my websites and links and things like that. Anyway, it's going to be a fun session. Let's engage. So what we're really talking about is our mission today is we're going to take a look at the incredibly powerful Skier graphics library. We're going to boldly go and use Skier for Delphi to harness the amazing power and versatility of this library. And yes, we're going to create our own Starship computer interface just because we can. We're not going to use the ST phrase because people like Paramount and people like that own these copyrights, and this is an educational video. We're not trying to rip them off or anything like that, despite me being a bit of a nerd. But it is really just to show you some fun things that you can do with the Skier library. Okay. And because some of you might have seen this video before, I'm going to add a little extra twist. This year, 2023, has been the advent of AI. It really is the tipping point where basically ChatGPT and OpenAI and all the other large-scale machine learning models and things like that have really taken things by storm. It seems like everything's in there. Microsoft invested a lot of money into OpenAI, and of course Bing has got the search engine now that you can talk to it, and lots of people are creating add-ons for things like Rad Studio and just about everything you can imagine, so that you can actually say to it now, you know, hey, ChatGPT, create me an application that does such and such, and it will give you some code. Not always great, not always good code, but it can do it. And we thought, well, if I'm going to do a space computer, then perhaps it would be a good idea if I got some AI into it. So that's what we're going to do. Yeah, I haven't actually done the bit where we can talk to the computer because I ran out of time. I've been super busy, but we are going to get it to speak to us. I'm going to show you how easy that is to do as well as you leveraging the the power of Rad Studio in Delphi. First thing you need to do, though, if you haven't already done it, is you need to go to embarcadero.com/products/Delphi/starter. It's a bit of a mouthful, but if you go to the embarcadero.com website and then click on products, you can actually get to that little trail there without having to remember the big long address. And what you're looking for is the starter or community edition. Now, in order to comply with the license, you need to read the details first. But if you're not, if you're doing this as an educational thing, which is really who we're aiming for during this week, we are doing this via learndelphi.org, then you're probably going to fall within the community edition license. But read the details. What we don't want is you downloading the starter edition and then earning hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars when you could actually just pay us for the full version, which has got more capabilities anyway. The starter version, the full version, the professional version are very, very similar. The enterprise version, which is a paid version, is a little bit more powerful, but you can do everything that you're going to see here with the starter version, so don't be deterred by that. If you don't comply with license, if you are not within the license conditions, then don't use the starter edition. You can use the trial. There's a free trial there, full trial. Install the trial, try that out, and see whether it's the language for you. You'll see some of my other sessions this week making it absolutely clear why I think Rad Studio is the best option for creating programs that go on to everything from Windows, Mac OS, iOS, Linux, you name it, Android, it can do it. And I can't say it often enough. It's very simple. One programming language to learn, one code base, and you can target all those things. You don't need Xcode and Android Studio and 50,000 other different things. You just need Rad Studio, and you can create apps that will work with all of those. So we're really talking about Skier. So what is Skier? Well, Skier is not something we've written. It is actually a project that is used by a vast number of people. Google use it in Google Chrome. It's in the Chrome OS to make things happen there. Android Flutter, which is a programming language. Mozilla Firefox, the browser, and Firefox OS, which is not that common, but common enough. And lots of others. They all use that as the back end for the graphics. So it does 2D graphics. It's very, very powerful, very, very popular, and it's not going away. It's here to stay. I think too many people are using it for it to just fade into the distance now. And we're going to be using today a thing called Skier for Delphi. Well, what is Skier for Delphi? Well, it's a bunch of components and a really well-written library that talks to Skier. So it takes all the hard work of you interfacing with Skier out of it, and makes it work with Delphi, or Rad Studio, as we would call it, Rad Studio with Delphi. And it'll work on all the more modern versions of Delphi. I'm afraid if you're stuck using Delphi 7, you really should upgrade. It's 20 odd years old now, and it's time to move on. You're going to need XE6 or later. Like I say, if you haven't got that, then get the trial and try it out, or use the starter edition if you fall in the CE edition license terms. And it will work on Windows, it will work on Mac OS, iOS, Android, and Linux, absolutely everywhere. You can go to skierfordelphi.org. You can also download it from Get It in the IDE itself, and it will integrate nicely, and once it integrates, all the facilities that you're going to see work quite seamlessly. It's very easy to use, to be honest. And also we've got some big news. Now I should point out, as a little disclaimer at the bottom says, what I'm about to say, these statements are based on a pre-release version of the software that's been written with specific permission by Embarcadero. No feature is committed until the product general availability release. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is that at the moment we're hard at work creating the new release of Rad Studio with Delphi, and the coming version we're aiming to have a deep and out-of-the-box integration of Skier and Skier for Delphi in Rad Studio built in. It'll be absolutely everywhere we can fit it in. Now, don't take my word for it. I am the developer advocate, but I'm really only here to kind of regurgitate other people's information, and I make myself look cool by showing other people's code. So go to blogs.embarcadero.com and what's coming in Delphi and C++, C builder libraries, and there's some information there from the actual project managers themselves, the product managers, where they will tell you all the information that you need, along with the caveats to say, look, legally we can't say it's definitely going to happen because things move around, things break, but that's what we're aiming for. That is what we're trying to do: integrate Skiat. And when I first did the space computer, it was a completely independent product, but it proved to be such a kind of amazing benefit to the product that it's actually going to be, the plan is to integrate it into the next version. And also, because I didn't want you to get bored, I thought I'd add some AI speech generation to the computer. And what that is we're going to use a service from Amazon called AWS Poly. And what AWS Poly is, it's a quite remarkable service which uses AI and machine learning to produce very lifelike text-to-speech generation. And I mean really quite astounding quality. It sounds normal, sounds natural. They've got a lot of different voices, so you can choose male and female voices and things like that. And some of them are better than others. There are a couple that sound a bit like they're a bit wooden, that kind of thing. But some of them you probably wouldn't necessarily guess that they were AI, unless you listen to enough of the text, because eventually the penny drops. We're very good at as humans, we're good at subconsciously spotting when something isn't quite real. But I thought, well, you know what? There is a new component out from Appercept, Richard Hatherall, very good friend of mine, and it allows you to integrate the AWS SDK into your Delphi applications. And I thought, well, let's see if we can do that, and let's try and use the Appercept integration to access Poly, this speech generation tool from Amazon, and let's make the space computer. Let's make the space computer talk. So that's what we're going to do. So if you want to know more about that SDK from AWS, then go to the URL that you see on the screen there, or just open up the Get It Packet Manager as I've shown there. Click on the filter and make sure you've got all selected. Choose sort by name, and then choose categories, all, and then just type in AWS. It's the only one at the moment, at the time I'm recording this, that comes up. So the AWS SDK. Once you install it, you won't actually see much happen, but I'm going to show you a little bit more about that in a second, how that works. Anyway, it is time for a demonstration. So what I have here, and I'm going to try and turn my microphone around so that I talk into it, because I often do these demos and I end up sounding a bit quiet because I've got a unidirectional microphone. What we have here is Rad Studio. If you've not seen this before, Rad Studio allows you to create applications that will target multiple platforms. At the moment, this one is only a Windows platform. I've just done that for sake of convenience. But using this application, I could have targeted iOS and have my space computer working on an iPhone or an iPad or something like that, or I could have targeted an Android device. But I haven't done that. I'm just going to do this on Windows. Now, in here, as you can see, I have said some comments about what we're using. Okay, so I decided that we'd make the speech happen. Now, the way to do that, if you go into Tools and you go into Get It Packet Manager, and as I showed in the little graphic there, if you just type in AWS at the top, and up will come AWS SDK. In fact, if I just do that to reproduce it, and then just type AWS, just to prove me right, there it is. Click on the install button. Mine says install because I've done it. It'll install it. You won't actually see much happen, because the thing about the AWS is there are some components, but It's mainly a SDK. So what you do is you would include AWS dot something. So if you were doing the S3 components, then I think you can do .s3. In this case, I'm using the poly components, and so I put poly in there. Now I've made it so that by default this will turn off. So actually one of the features of Rad Studio 11 is that if you have some code that isn't reachable, and in this case this code won't be reachable now, by turning off that compiler define, that won't happen anymore. What that does is just prevents it trying to talk to the AWS speech interface. And actually, when I've gone through the code, you'll see everywhere all this code now is grayed out because I've disabled it. Again, that's a feature of the later version of the IDE. It's a very useful feature if you're working on multi-platform products, which I do quite a lot. I do a lot of weird web stuff with some web core products. It's already cool and deadly. Let's go to this and enable it again, because we do want speech, because this is my demo. And what you need to do in order for that to work in the first place, and let me just see if I can find the URL for that, because I did save some here. Let me see. Yeah, and what you will need to do is go to Amazon, and they have a AWS account. I'm not going to do this, but they've got a bunch of products in here, and you need to sign up for an AWS account and then create some SDKs. Now, I'm not going to go through that in this demo because I don't really have enough time to do it, but the Poly SDK needs you to set up a user and then set up a thing called a secret. Okay. Without that secret, it's not going to work, because it's a bit like a kind of password, a username and password, but Amazon calls it something different. Now, I've got mine. What it does is it stores it in your user folder. So on Windows, that would be /users /your name, your login name. So if your login name was Picard, for example, then it would be /users Picard, and then in there you create .aws. Again, the information from the actual SDK tells you how to do all that. But to include it, all I do is just do that. Now, let's see it running, shall we? So I'm just going to actually, I can't hit F9 because when I do that, I've discovered that my my video recording software pauses. But
the Starboard missiles require plasma venting.
Now that voice that you just heard there was AWS Poly, okay? And I can make it talk again because I've got it set to only randomly talk when I want it to, rather than all the time.
There is an incoming message from a planet situated 3 light years from our current location.
Cool, huh?
There is an incoming message from a planet situated 3 light years from our current location.
And it does that kind of thing.
The Starboard missiles require plasma venting.
I mean,
all ship-wide systems are operating within normal parameters.
It sounds like a computer, you know. Now, a couple of things.
There is an incoming message from a planet situated 3 light years from our current location.
Oh yeah. Well, I was gonna pause the voice, but actually I did another thing hidden here. Is now the voice is male.
There is an incoming message from a planet situated. There is an incoming message from a planet situated 3 light years from our current location. All ship-wide systems are operating within normal parameters.
So that's one of the alternative voices as well. And now, if I do it again, it'll do a female voice.
The Starboard missiles require plasma venting.
So I'm going to turn all that off for a second because we don't really need them to keep
There is an
talking.
incoming message from a planet situated 3 light. Ensign McKeith is not currently on board the ship. There is an incoming message from a planet situated 3 light years from our current location.
So this is going to go on for a little while. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this for a while. So the way I've set this up is if you click on here, it will close, and the application finishes. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through it, and I'm going to turn off the speech part, okay? Just so that we can actually hear ourselves think and talk about what the rest of it does. But as you can see, the minute I turn off that define, everything stops appearing. And I'm going to run the application because I want to tell you a few things that it does. And we'll just silence that. Silence. So some cool things about this app. If you've not seen this app before, the Scare for Delphi guys liked it, and they publicized it a bit as well. What is it doing? Well, these are just shapes and nothing clever about that. Those are part of the standard Delphi components. But what is clever is these things here. So these are custom fonts, and I got these from a site that I'll tell you about later, but I got them from fontlibrary.org, I think it was. And what that includes some fonts to do Klingon. And the weird thing was there were like, I don't know, 20 different versions of Klingon fonts. A rather cool kind of modern font to show some information there. Tabulated it out, a kind of Voyage to the Stars font, shall we say, to avoid using any trademarked words or anything like that. And rather nice insignia that looks very reminiscent of going boldly where no person has gone before. And then these graphics here. Now, what these graphics are Lottie animations. And the weird thing about Lottie animations are that they are basically JSON, which is the text format. And it describes how these graphics are, and you put these animations on and they animate automatically. This is all done by the Skier library, but the Skier for Delphi components are in the background making it happen. Very cool. You can see here that we've got that nice kind of radar effect going around. I hope that shows up on the on the video webinar replay type thing. But you can see that what it looks like is that radar scanner is coming from the planet, but actually that's a combination of animations, because one of the things this library supports is transparency and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool. And that little heartbeat logo and stuff like that. Very interesting stuff, and not actually that difficult to do. Now, let's just have a look at what code we've got. So let's just turn on some of the code again so that we can examine it, so you can see it. Right, so in the background I have got a file in my, and I actually do explain in here where you put it, which is here. So I've put a file with my special username and password from Amazon, which I'm very careful not to show on live streams, because believe me, it happens quite a lot more often than you would imagine. But it looks like this. So in that file is just some settings. Now, I don't think Apposite actually explains this particularly well in their Getting Started guide. Now, don't worry about that, because this week at some point, Apposite are doing, I think, 3 different videos, maybe 4. I forget how many Richard said he would do. It was an unwise number, put it that way. Anything more than 1 is unwise. Believe me, I'm doing 4, and I know exactly how much work that is. And there's a couple of other guys this week doing 3 or 4. But creating this file, I'm sure he'll demonstrate this. I haven't actually seen his video yet. But you put your secret ID in there. Once you've done that, all you need to do is include part of the AWS library, which Apposite provide. They've got a few. In fact, if I open this and then say show an Explorer, drag this over, there are actually quite a lot of different things that it supports. So I know he does like SNS, which is some messaging service, notification services and stuff like that. Transcription, which I could have got the actual Star Explorer computer, being careful, to listen to me, just like the Amazon devices do. And I can't even say the Amazon's robot's word because I've got one in the corner, and the minute I say its name, it will start telling me things about my grocery list or something. You've got a delivery coming tomorrow. But that can do that. It can listen to all that transcription. So very, very clever stuff. And like I say, he has got some examples this week where he's going to show that. It's got all sorts of things like Cognito is one of the new libraries it's supporting. Very interesting Cognito, for identity and stuff like that. So it's quite interesting stuff. But anyway, I digress. Now, so actually, in terms of showing the text, let's close this. Go to my code. What happens in my example is not that complicated. So we've got a little timer happening. I've got some code so that when you click on the forms, things happen, and it moves around, and you can drag it because I decided to do a version without a toolbar. I also code, it's a bit weird. I also have a timer that every so often it will trigger, and then what it will do is draw the text. So the Klingon font and all the rest of it, it loads it dynamically. Now this is one thing that Skier does, which actually was quite hard until Skier turned up. And that is that you would load a file from your fonts folder dynamically. Now you can do it before. There were ways of loading fonts dynamically before, but with this Skier library, it's very, very easy and quite a lot of fun to do. But I just draw some colours and things like that. Now the other thing I do is I wait to see when the trigger happens. When a random number is 3, then it will play a sound. So you've got a 1 in 3 chance of it playing some random sound like a beep or a buzz or an alert or something like that. And every 1 in 4 chances, and it will do it up to 20 times, it will actually play some speech. Now the reason I just put that speech count in there is with your Amazon account, you've got a free tariff of so many times a day and how many times an hour you can use it. I didn't want you to run this application, leave it running in the background, going, hey, it looks really cool, and then it eats through all your free entitlement for a month, and then I get hate mail and things like that saying you wrote an app that used all my Amazon free account, or even worse, you're on the paid tier and it cost you money. But that's just what that does. And so once that that 1 in 4 chance has been triggered, then all it does is it triggers this little piece of code here. Now, I actually effectively ripped this off of Apercept's example, stole it, rewrote it a little bit because I did some other things as well. But what it does is it goes off and it calls the AWS text-to-speech engine with some text that I passed over. So I just pass it some text to say, Ensign McKeith is not on the ship or something like that, which was my little joke for Jim McKeith, who is actually around, by the way. And then it transcodes it into its own voice using AI, so it sounds natural. And you heard it's very realistic. It's pretty cool. And then what it does is actually creates a file. Now, there are ways of doing this. This is how the example does it. It saves it to a temporary file and then plays it that way. Personally, I wouldn't do that. I would actually create a stream and then stream it. It also uses the media player. I would probably do that in a different way as well, but there's nothing wrong with this. It works. But just to make sure, at the end of my app, once it's been running, it just goes through, and for every temporary file that it finds of that particular pattern in the place where it's been storing it, it goes through and cleans them up. So it deletes them, so you don't end up with lots of speech files hanging around. But very cool. And if I run the demo again, I don't think I deleted anything, but I'm just going to move that over where you can see it. But there's the timer ticking away. It's doing that speech, and you saw that really there isn't any code for the animations. That's all built in. But very shortly there should be a 1 in 4 chance
of speech. You know,
There is an incoming message from a planet situated 3 light years from our current location.
There you go. Very cool. Now, if we
All
just go...
shipwide systems are operating within normal parameters.
Thank you very much, Polly. And when we look at the
starboard missiles require plasma venting.
I can see this is going to be interrupted every so often. But if you saw, if we set a particular flag, then literally to change the voice from the female voice to the male voice, I just say I want to use his voice instead. And it's all documented in the API. But if I go back into the app again and say, if I click on here, which is where I did it, now when it talks, it will use a male voice. If I'll just force it.
Ensign McKeith is not currently on board the ship.
And that,
Ensign McKeith is not currently on board the ship.
Yes, thank you, computer. So that just makes it use the Joey voice. So pretty cool. Not difficult to do. You know, as I've said to people before, I'm quite lazy and I try not to work too hard. So you know, it's an example of how the thing works. Now, what I want to do is show you something else. Okay, I'm just gonna find out where it is. Oh yes, it's this one. Hang on 1 second. Right, so what we've got is this demo. So just to give you some idea of what Delphi can do. So this is the official Skier for Delphi demo. And what it does is shows you the different types of animation control that you can have out of the box. This is all Lottie animations, and I'm going to show you where you can get those in a moment. And there are different types of things, like there's an animated check mark, and you can see you could use that on a button or something like that. And loading screens, you know, if you've got a long process and you want to have a loading screen come up, well, look at all these kind of things that you can do. And these are just animations that it's doing. And if you use Telegram, well, there's a Telegram sticker, because a Telegram sticker is actually only a form of Lottie animation. It's just got a different extension on it. But it can actually display those, and so your app can display them. So you just go and look for the Telegram stickers and you can display them. And I like this one. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Yeah, whatever. It also allows you to do animated GIFs. Now, what is the main benefit of Skier? It's not just that it adds all these capabilities for these types of files that you could not do before. And this is a WebP, by the way, which actually most apps can't still open, even though it's been around for a while. The main advantage of Skier for Delphi is the absolute blinding speed. It is way faster than just using FireMonkey or FMX on its own. And when you add this library, it adds a massive speed boost. But not only the speed, but the quality of the rendering as well is much better. We did some tests, and it was significant enough that it convinced us. And as I said before, relying on the statement that, you know, nothing is set in gold until the general availability release comes up, we are pretty certain that this is going to make it into the next version of Rad Studio, because it was just such an obvious thing to do. So, you know, SVGs and stuff like that. And of course, the thing about an SVG is it is scalable, and so no matter how big or how small the SVG is, the quality remains the same. And there's loads and loads of things. I mean, if we go to looking at transforms, because we're probably getting a little bit short time. Oh, no, we don't have good time. This kind of thing, where you can do this in your app, transform things. Now, imagine you've got a paint app or something like that that you're trying to write, and you want to stretch a corner around or do something weird like that. Yeah, look at that. I mean, that is pretty awesome. And this is probably my favorite demonstration. So this is, again, all it's doing is just doing a transform on a graphic. And so we can do this kind of thing. Excuse me. And we can do this kind of thing. We can do that kind of thing, and we can do that kind of thing. Depth, absolutely stunning. And look how I mean, I can't tell
on the streaming whether you'll get the same quality. But I can tell you, when I'm looking at this live on my machine is a relatively high-end machine. It's completely smooth. There is no juddering or anything like that. It's absolutely smooth. As I move that progress bar around, that slider around, it just responds immediately, and there's no flickering or anything like that. Quite incredible. It's got all sorts of other things, like you can create a PDF automatically, and in fact that's displayed on my browser, but I'll pull that over here. There's a PDF from an image, instant, bang, up it comes with the PDF. Same with XPS, I'm not going to bother with that. What else? Delphi drawing paths and effects, images, particles is quite fun, and it doesn't really show up very well, but you see that? I mean, come on, isn't that crazy? Absolutely crazy. And these are all quite simple effects that it does. It's just different effect. It's just mandrill. Yeah, weird. Absolutely weird. But I've been a big fan of the Skier for Delphi guys for a long time, and I make no secret of that. And their stuff is absolutely mind-blowing. The other one thing I want to show you, let me just do that before we go back to the slides, is this one. So I need to just open this Skier for you in just 1 second, because I have two versions of this and I broke one of them. There we go. Right, so go into here, it's open project, and choose this, and if I've done it right. Okay, so looks like a blank form, and not an awful lot of code, less than 200 lines of code. Okay, but if I now run this, and again I can't use the shortcut keys to run this because it turns off my my poor by the way, if you're sensitive for flashing, look away now. I probably should say that earlier, shouldn't I? But I'm horrible at this game. I'm really awful, and plus I'm recording this quite late at night. I've had a long day, so oh no. As you can see, I was not a pinball wizard. But I think you know what game this is. I don't want to use the popular name, but someone said before it's a wall destroying game when you're breaking the wall. You know what I mean. Yeah, you know what the name of the game is. But this is called a shader. But just look at, can you see the little bat? See how that's distorting when the ball hits it? Okay, there's no code for that. I just did something great there. There's no code to make that happen, and neither the score or anything like that. Absolutely zero code to make that part happen. And the Bricks game was created in another thing called Shader Toy, and this is called a shader, which is another thing that Skier does very, very well. And so the only bits of code that you've got in there is for when I'm pressing my keys, so that it can move parts of that shader around. That does my head in. I mean, I'm absolutely gobsmacked by how incredibly good this is. It's just unbelievable. Those of you that are long-time Delphi programmers have probably seen Jim McKeith do a demo as well, where he had a C behind him, which was quite amazing as well, where he had like it looked like realistic water behind him. It looked like he was on I don't know, Titanic or something like that. It's quite funny, but there you go. Anyway, so quite incredible. It was quite incredible. So, some more information about this. So, the Skier for Delphi website is there, skierfordelphi.org, and the Skier website, which is Google's own website, or actually the Skier project. I shouldn't say Google, because it's not them anymore. I think it's just, it's got a life of its own. But go to the skier.org website and see it there. If you want to download my space computer with the voice, because by the time you watch this video, I will have uploaded it, then go to github.com/checkdigits/space computer, which is where that source code is, or go to skiafidelphia.org site, and I think they're linked to it there in their examples. It was very nice and do that. Now, the animations that I showed you with all those kind of cool planetoids and things like that is a thing called Lottie files. And I think I can probably pull up my... so there's a website somewhere. Is that it? Yes, here we go. So Lottie files, I might not have those available. No, I don't. Okay, all right. Well, okay, let's you can go to lottiefiles.com anyway and pull this over so you can see what's available. So, you know, if you choose an animation called, I don't know, Cake or something like that, because it really is as crazy as that, there will be a bunch of animations for cakes. And some of them are paid for on this site. They got a little bit more picky about making money. People wised up to the fact they could actually make some cash out of this. But if you click free, like this, and you'll get enough cakes to last you a lifetime of graphics and things like that. And they're all animations, and you can convert them. There's a tool that allows you to download it as an animated GIF somewhere. Let me pick one. And let's pick this one. So what you can do, you click on the download button and then you can create an animated GIF from it. If you choose a little small one, then it will do 150 by 150 for free. But if you want it bigger, then they ask you to pay. I forget how much it is. It's like $15 a month or something like that. I guess if you're designing apps, then you're going to use these lot, then it's definitely worth it. Of course, you should support them as well, because, you know, people shouldn't work for free, in my opinion. I think that they should get some recompense from it. But anyway, that's Lottie Animations. Other things that you might want to look at is the Appercept components, which, as I said, we're going to have a lot of explanation this week from Richard Hatherall, who's the CEO, I think, of might be CTO of Appercept. Go to there and read about the components. He's got some that are being released within Rad Studio in the Get It library, and some that are paid for as well, I think. I can't remember the exact details. I apologise, Richard. I should know. I've been in meetings with him and he's told me all about it. And Amazon Polly is the thing that I use to generate the voice. And if you go to that very long URL there, it'll tell you all about it. Anyway, that is me. I am Ian Barker. I'm Embarcadera's developer advocate. You can email me, and please do, at ian.barker@embarcadera.com. Follow me on Twitter /X at punctuation. And if you want to go to my websites and learn more about me and the weird things that I do, program every day, all that kind of stuff, about.me/Ian Barker. I hope you learned something about Skier and see why I'm always excited about it. Jim McKeith, who was my predecessor in the role of developer advocate, also absolutely loves it and still supports it and does things in the background and behind the scenes with them as well. I know the Skier Fidelphia guys, they are absolutely incredible. They're some of the best programmers I've ever had the pleasure of talking to. Great guys, and very, very enthusiastic, and worked super hard on that project as well. Okay, well, thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of the Coding Bootcamp. There you go. Well, isn't it great that we have a little technical hitch at the end of the stream? It's always good. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed that. The Star Trek computer one is always very popular. because most programmers are nerds of some description, and you can't get much more nerdy than space computers and Star Trek and Star Wars and all the other things as well. And obviously the wall game where you saw the blip going out and flashing and all the rest of it. Absolutely brilliant. I just love this. Skio Fidelfi makes me look so good, and I'm not. Just writing some fairly simple code and pick together some free and open source fonts and things like that. We are reaching the end of day one. It's been a marathon for myself and my colleagues. If you have not registered already, oh yeah, there you go. Please scan that barcode, and producer Martha, if I'm pointing at the wrong one, let me know. But if you have not registered, scan this barcode. A couple of things will happen, and somebody scanned it. First of all, you will actually get taken to the registration page, and you register, and it's simple. It won't cost you anything, and we won't spam you lots, honestly. But the second thing is you'll get the replays automatically sent to you, because that's one of the questions I was asked on the chat, which was someone said, is the video available after the live? Yes, every single video you see this week, and there's a whole week of videos every single day. We're going from 10 a.m. in the morning till 4 p.m. now, local time, which is what it is. And there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sessions a day minimum. If you register and scan that way, you will get those replays automatically. Also, someone else said that the tiny URL that I've got that I put on my thing, they're saying, Ian, and it was Helga, I think. Helga Larson, saying, they're not working. Actually, I literally ran out of time to do the blog post. The blog post will be up. And so if you watch this replay and you're watching it now, sometimes we don't have the Q&A of the replay, but anyway, those links will be live. I've got the post ready. I just couldn't do them. There were not enough hours in the day. Long story about cars blowing up and various other problems as well. So, and yet I still managed to get the videos up. So let's talk about a couple of questions that came up specifically about that video. I now know why it's called Amazon Polly. Yes, it's a play on words. Because Polly is a parrot, a common name for a parrot, but also it's polyglot. It literally means it speaks every language, and of course, generation it does. Now, one small thing on that video, you heard the voice echoes in the video. It does not echo normally. That is just a little quirk of what I was doing with the recording and a few things like that. But actually, generally speaking, the voice just sounds like a normal voice. There are a lot of voices. I think there's at least 30 different voices, and some of them are AI related, and some are what's known as standard voices. So they're phonetically joined together to make speech, which isn't quite as realistic. If you've got a GPS or a satellite navigation, you'll probably have that choice as well on your GPS, where you can choose natural voices and automatically generated ones. But Amazon Polly, great, absolutely brilliant. People are scanning the code. Hang on, there you go. Scan the code there. See, I can point to it. I'm not completely useless, but scan that code. People are scanning it. That's good. So you'll get the registration. All of the source code that you saw for the Star Trek computer, the space computer, I shouldn't say the ST word, which is a registered trademark of Paramount Studios. But all of the space computer source code is available on the links that I showed. But if you register for the coding bootcamp, if you go to that URL and register with the QR code there, you'll get the links for absolutely everything. And every one that I do, every session that I do, I always do a blog post to follow up on the main Embarcadero blog. And it also includes all the slides that you see there as images, and all the links will be clickable, so you don't have to go and type all those links in. You can click on the link and it'll take you directly to the web page that I've shown. I know this session's always popular. We get lots of comments on it. Oh, my camera's gone a bit blurry for a second there. Oh. They're digging up my road outside, and I'm amazed my internet survived, but there you go. Next one is TRNOD, who I'm still not going to know how to say your name, but making sure it doesn't spell something rude backwards. They're saying the tab that they have open next to this one is literally this one, supercharge your interface with Skier for Delphi. And yes, that is actually another blog post about it. We've done a few about it. Someone asked, is Amazon, is the Appercept components that I use to talk to Amazon to generate that voice and be able to translate commands as well, like Alexa does? I got away with saying it without it triggering. Is it available in the Pro version? Yes, it is. And I believe it also works in the trial version. I can't guarantee that because I've not tried it, because technicalities, I can't actually install the trial or the CE version. But I believe that it works in all of those. You can go to the site, but the components I think are available via Get It, and it just depends on what types of subscription you've got. So check that. I apologize if I'm wrong and you can't get to it, but someone did actually say that they were able to install those components. Another person said, oh, there was a line going up and down on the user interface on the radar thing, and they said, and it was not again. Oh, is that because the video, the animation is not horizontal syncing or vertical syncing properly? Actually, that's not correct. It did actually scan correctly, and that's the video. The video has that line in. And so it's so accurate that you can actually see that very thin line going upwards and down. It's part of the video. It's not actually a fluke or a fault in the animation. That is actually the animation's got that built in. So there you go. And you saw the radar sweep and all the rest of it. On my machine, when you see things on streaming, you do not get the same video quality from our video demos where we've got an app that's showing videos, because of the way that YouTube works. YouTube uses a compression technology that will skip out frames depending on your bandwidth. And because of that, sometimes the animations that I show may look like they're clunky and, moving, jittering around and things like that. On live, and you can try this, download the source code and prove me wrong, but live on the actual app itself, when I see them, they are not in the slightest bit jaggedy or juttery or jittery or whatever term you want to use. They are smooth as butter. They're very, very performant. That's the word I'm looking for. So yeah, the URLs for the blogs, they will be up soon. I apologize, they're not done yet. I just don't have enough hours in the day. If you knew what time I went to sleep last night, you would be horrified. And I was awake again this morning at 6 a.m. I told you I'd get up every day and write code. I'm not joking. I do it every day. Still love the job. So I think that's it. How are we doing for time? Well, you know what? We've actually got to the point where we have reached all the time. So what I want you to do is, again, register if you haven't already. So you get all the videos, the replays, the slides, the source code examples. Tomorrow, we've got a number of different sessions. We've got some more coding related ones. One from an MVP called Olaf Monyan about using background threads. So making your app not, when you see an app that says not responding, well, this is how to solve all that kind of thing, and actually just generally make your app speed up by massive amounts. How to create powerful dynamic web apps the easy way with TMS Web Core. That's one of the several videos we've got from Web Core, and that's with Dr. Holger Flick, a good friend of mine and very good presenter as well. Then at noon, we have got Getting Started with Appercept AWS SDK for Delphi, and that's what was making the voices, but it does other things as well in my demo. But Richard Hadler will be here showing that. Code Droid AI, very interesting app from Eli, where he will be showing how that works. Whoops, sorry about my phone going off there, even though it's on silent. He's going to be doing some very cool AI stuff. And then I've got a session, How Secure Is Your App? It's all about detecting potential things like potential security holes, potential breaches of data privacy and all the rest of it, using an automated tool to actually find that in your code. If you work for banks, or if you manage any confidential information in Europe or health information in the United States, then you actually have a legal requirement to protect that information. And this session will tell you how to do that tomorrow. And finally, the last session is from Stephen Ball, who is an Embarcadero. Do you know what? I'm not sure what he is. I think he's a director of pre-sales. I'm sorry, Stephen. I should know what your job title is, but he works for Embarcadero as well. But he's going to be taking us through Interbase, the developer's guide to getting started, which is very interesting. You saw Priyatham and Lucas earlier on talking about the driver for Python for Interbase. Well, Stephen is going to actually do a full rundown of what Interbase is and why it's a very cool database and a good option for you instead of something like MySQL or SQL Server. You can use those as well, but Interbase has got some very unique features that make it particularly interesting. Anyway, I think that's it. If we have no further questions from the audience, then I will probably call it a day. And yet someone else says, is this video still available after live? Yes, it is. Now, if you, every time, if you go and scan that, Jin, is that your name? Scan that link, it will take you to the Coding Bootcamp registration site, and you will be able to get all the replays sent to you automatically, because that's what we will do. It will just come to you as part of your email, and you'll also get information about further streams that we do in the future as well. And actually, you probably can't see it, but every time someone scans the QR code, it pings on my screen, and I can see all of you going, oh, let's scan that and see what happens. I really appreciate it. So we're going to wrap up for day one. Day two tomorrow is just as packed. Same time, same place, same host. I'll be hosting it once more, but with different presenters. There is one session from me, but most of the others from other people. If you didn't like today's sessions, that's okay. Tomorrow's are quite different. And same with Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. We're here every single day this week for the next week until Friday, and we are finishing at the same time every day. So whatever the time this is now in your own time zone, this is what time we'll be finishing. And for me right now, this is 5 minutes to 4, and we will be starting at 10 a.m. my time as well. So if you can work out what that difference is, whatever time zone you're in now, it'll save you looking it up on World Time Buddy or something like that. But we'll see how it goes. Anyway, I appreciate everybody coming along and joining us. We had many thousands of people register. And as a company, we really appreciate your support. We do this obviously to partially promote our own products, but also because we genuinely want to give back to the community, because we believe that, every single developer that's out there who is encouraged to, benefit from the experience of old guys like me, as someone said rather rudely in the chat at one point, to become a developer. I really mean this when I say I get up every day and I love what I do. I love being a developer. I never regret doing it. I wanted to do it from the age of 14, and I'm a lot older than that now. It's 40 odd years later, and I never ever regret being a developer. So if you're thinking about following that as a career path and you've got an interest, I really encourage you to follow it. It's a good way of earning money. It pays well. It's a lot of fun. Some days it's very frustrating and very stressful because you're the only person that happens to be the one that's fixing it. But if what we do by holding these conferences is at least get you interested in development, even if you don't eventually use one of our products, great. Good luck to you. We're all developers. We're all in the same family together. I say this all the time. Our only religion is which language we use, our programming language we use, and our only politics is whether tabs or spaces are better. So you're all welcome. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks very much. And we'll finish, I think. Martha, are we able to play the traditional going out video? Let's see if she can say yes. This will put our producer on the spot. She may say no. Yes, good. Okay. Well, thanks everybody. I'm going to leave you with the video by my predecessor, Jimmy Keith, and this is the Code Monkey video. I'll pop along in the background. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Loved how readable the Object Pascal programming language is. I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Coulton.
Code Monkey, get up, get coffee. Code Monkey, go to job. Code Monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say Code Monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do Code Monkey think? Code Monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code Monkey not say it out loud. Code Monkey not crazy, just proud. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code Monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code Monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code Monkey not thinking so straight. Code Monkey not feeling so great. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. A lot. Code Monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code Monkey just keep on working. See your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code Monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code Monkey just waiting for now. Code Monkey says someday, somehow. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or App Method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Coulton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there you'll find links to download Jonathan Coulton's song as well.